Call the meeting to order for the February 28, 2017 studies. Thank you. Call the meeting to order for the February 28th, 2017 study session. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are now present.
All right, current business. Do we have any clarification on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, move on. All right, moving on. Item 2, we're going to read a proclamation acknowledging the 2016 Junior Guard Lifeguard of the Year. So this is going to Zoe Zyberth, Newport Beach Junior Lifeguard of the Year. Before I read the proclamation, did you gentlemen want to make any comments?
Yes, Mayor Muldoon. My name is Rob Williams. I'm the Chief Lifeguard. Council members, this is Brian O'Rourke, the lifeguard captain that's in charge of the Junior Guard program. It's with honor that we start our 2017 season with junior lifeguards. This Sunday will mark our first swim test, and we approximately have about 1,350 junior guards annually in our program. And I want to honor and recognize to you our 2016 Junior Lifeguard of the Year, Zoe Zyberth.
Sorry. Thank you. Zoe, I'm going to read a proclamation. Do you have more comments? I'm sorry, cut you off. No? Okay, great. It's a little wordy, so be patient, please. Whereas Zoe Zyberth was selected as a 2016 Junior Guard Lifeguard of the Year for exemplifying the values of the Junior Lifeguards program. Whereas Zoe adhered to the 3 R's, respectful, responsible, and representative. Always be respectful of yourself and others, and be responsible in all you do, because as a junior lifeguard, you are a representative of the city and the Newport Beach lifeguards. Whereas Zoe's most prominent qualities are her dedication to the team, eagerness to learn, work ethic, and a never quit attitude. She's enthusiastic to engage in any and all the water activities. And whereas Zoe excelled in various academic aspects of the program, showed excellence in the rigorous physical events, frequently encouraging others to give 100%. Zoe was always early, unlike Brad Avery, and was always ready to get in the water. Whereas Zoe's impact on the Newport Beach Junior Lifeguard program is tangible and contagious. Her presence in the program unquestionably improves the learning experience of her peers and contributes to the positive energy of the program. And whereas, while representing Newport Beach at the California State Regionals competition, Zoe was competing in a paddleboard race in 5 to 8 foot surf. Zoe was caught inside of a very large set of waves, but did not quit and did not let go of her board. She was then caught by a very strong current and swept down the beach. Zoe battled against the conditions and finished the entire competition. At the end of the competition, she was very exhausted and disappointed that she let everyone down by taking so long to finish the race. It was determined by the junior guard instructors that Zoe's completion of the race in the face of such challenging ocean conditions was one of the most amazing performances of skill and determination ever witnessed in the program. She demonstrated the most honorable characteristics of leadership by putting her team first and never quitting. Zoe Zyberth deserves the award of Junior Lifeguard of the Year. Now, therefore, I, Kevin Muldoon, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire Newport Beach City Council, to hereby commend Zoe Zyberth for being the 2016 Junior Lifeguard of the Year. You want to come down here?
I'd also like Brian O'Rourke to present the department plaque on behalf of Fire Chief Chip Duncan and a scholarship in the amount of $250 from the California Surf Life Saving Association.
Thank you, Captain O'Rourke, Newport Beach Junior Lifeguard staff in the city of Newport Beach. Being a Newport Beach Junior Guard is the one thing I look forward to most about my summers. I actually think it's the best part about living here in Newport Beach. I am so honored to receive this award, and I'm honestly a little surprised by this whole thing. I'm not Newport's fastest swimmer or runner, but I'm fast at paddling, but definitely not the fastest. So thank you for awarding me for my determination and my efforts in not giving up. I'm looking forward to this summer, as it will be my last summer as a junior guard, and I know from the previous summers before, it's going to be a super epic summer. Thank you.
Take some pictures down here.
If any family members want to take a picture too, please come on up there.
There you go. One more. 1, 2, 3.
All right, moving on to item number 3, do I have an update from Public Works?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Today, your pleasure, we'd like to bring a presentation to you. It's called All Things in the Harbor. And what we'd like to give you and the audience is kind of a snapshot of all the various items that are going on in the harbor right now. And there's 2 components to this. One of them is kind of the structural elements, a lot of projects. There's also programs. And then we also added kind of a water quality component because there's been a lot of talk about that lately, and the harbor has a lot of obvious with all the water, everybody's concerned about the water quality. So Mr. Miller, our harbor resource manager, is going to start the presentation, then I'll take it over, and then we'll get to questions.
And maybe Mayor Muldoon, before Chris Miller gets started, just an announcement for the council and for the audience. You'll see during this presentation is going to cover a number of different items, and some of the items, out of an abundance of caution, some of the council's members will be recusing themselves and stepping out for that item. So if the audience sees council members get up, step out, and then come back, that's the reason why, and the different announcements will be made as the items come up for consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Chris Miller, the Harbor Manager for the Public Works in the city, and we're going to cover a lot of topics today that have to do with the harbor. And as I get through with each topic, feel free to ask me some questions if you'd like, or some clarification, because we are going to hit many, and waiting until the end, you might have missed the topic that you wanted to hear. Just some basic facts on Newport Harbor: 25 miles of shoreline and almost 1.5 square miles of water. Approximately 18 linear miles of private and public bulkheads. And now we go into city-owned seawalls and bulkheads.
I think Councilmember Herdman, you have a conflict here, so we're going to ask you to step out for a minute.
Due to the location of Councilmember Herdman's home on Balboa Island, he'll be stepping out for this item.
This is an overview of the city-owned seawalls and bulkheads. We've got approximately 3 miles. 2 of those miles are on Balboa Island, and you know, we're speaking as a city on raising and replacing various seawalls. We're particularly focused around Balboa Island, but sometimes we take care of problem areas as nearby projects come up. And a good example was Marina Park, or we've worked on Island Avenue before, and we kind of, it would be hard to hit them all at one time, so we chip away at them as they become convenient adjacent to other projects.
Can I jump in for just a second?
Yes.
Mr. Torres, has Mr. Herdman requested guidance from FPPC on whether he needs to recuse himself from discussions about seawalls, given how, given how big a deal that is and the public exemption that exists for large projects like that? It would be helpful to have the representative from that district on items like this. I'm sorry.
Sure, Councilmember O'Neill, we generally don't discuss conflicts of interest regarding individual council members.
Okay.
In this case, that would be a public request, so I can say at this time he has not requested. That's certainly something Mr. Herdman could do, but he hasn't done that at this point. Mr. Avery recently was cleared of a alleged violation by the FPPC for an alleged conflict as well. So the FPPC is really helpful in that respect. So point well taken.
As the City Council knows, Balboa Island seawalls have been a very big discussion topic over the years, and certainly that would warrant its own study session, which it has over the years. But I'm going to limit that to one slide at the 10,000-foot level, which basically will say that we're going to be doing a capping project on the south and north sides. We're currently going through the coastal development permit process, and we're estimating that construction would start soon, later on this year in the summer and fall. And then on the west end, we're going to be rehabilitating the wall and raising that to 9 feet. And again, we're at the same status point with the Coastal Commission. Now, if we could go back, and Mr. Herdman, if you can hear us, you're welcome back in the chambers. The next topic that we are going to be discussing in 1 or 2 slides here are updating our harbor standards. These are standards that applicants, engineers, dock builders, everybody relies on. It's similar to our California Building Code, but it's only for dock and seawall construction. We last updated our standards in 2008, and it's time for a refresh. A few major things are going to be upgraded, which I'll go into the next slide, and the council will be hearing about those at an upcoming meeting. The Harbor Commission reviewed those last month, and then tentatively in the next meeting we'll be discussing them. Some major items that have to do with this update would be raising the seawalls from plus 9 feet to plus 10 feet. And I think the biggest suggestion for our revision is to provide some latitude for site-specific design. In other words, if you are building a dock in the harbor entrance channel, you would really need to make it strong and to withstand the strong current, waves, and so on and so forth. But if you were building a dock in West Newport area, you're not influenced by those environmental factors as much as you would be in the entrance channel. And these standards allow some variability, and you would plead your case to the, that's the wrong way of saying plead your case. You would apply to the counter, and they would allow a design modification. We also lowered the pile embedment and pile cutoff. It has been reduced from plus 13, and we've lowered that to plus 12 so that it's not as high. Looking out your windows, and you're not seeing the piles that are too high. And there were some minor errors and inconsistencies in some of the calculations that we've corrected. The next topic that we are going to be discussing are access to and from the harbor, specifically having to do with Central Avenue Public Pier.
Excuse me, I have to recuse myself as a member of the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, and they facilitated the donation. Thank you.
Council members, I've done my best to group the slides together, but forgive me for the up and down. These next group of slides will talk about Marina Park, Balboa Marina, Central Avenue, and Lower Castaways. First, with the Central Avenue Public Pier, this is going to be going out to bid tomorrow. It has been funded by the Newport Harbor Yacht Club in their efforts to rebuild their yacht club. They graciously donated funds to the city in lieu of mitigation that they're required to do for improving public access to the harbor. And so we're building an 84-foot long public dock at Central Avenue. And for those of you who don't know where Central Avenue is, it's adjacent to the Newport Boulevard Bridge, right next to the Elks Lodge. which is largely right next to Leda Marina Village. That's going out to bid tomorrow, and we hope to be in construction early summer this year. And then after that, we're going to follow up with improving what we're calling the plaza, which is the concrete section right immediately adjacent to that pier, right at the end of the street end. And we're going to get rid of some of that concrete and beautify it some more and add some more planters and make it look a lot better than it does now. Now I'll ask the council members back into the room, please. Thank you. The second public pier that is going to be coming online very shortly is at the Balboa Marina. The Irvine Company is extending their marina, they're calling this the Balboa Marina West project. They rebuilt probably 85% of their marina 5 or 6 years ago, and they would like to extend their marina to its previous capacity of slips from many years ago. In the process of doing so, they've offered to build the city a public dock. The public dock is notated in pink on the screen, and that's going to be able to hold up to 12 20-foot vessels who wish to access the harbor from that point. This is a really good project that the city's been working on with the Irvine Company for many years. They hope to start construction coming up in probably January of 2018. They're currently in the entitlement process. They just received Coastal Commission approval at this month's Coastal Commission meeting. And the orange represents their docks, and there's a restaurant building that's going to be built at the end of that parking lot. But we're really excited to have access at this part of the harbor where we've never had access to and from the water before. Oh, pardon me, and it is located, for those of you who don't know where Balboa Marina is, it's immediately adjacent to the 333 restaurant, the Soul restaurant, and at the base, at the east end of the PCH Bridge.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Piotr.
Chris, I thought that the Irvine Company in one of their previous approvals had to provide for public access to one of these docks before this expansion proposal.
That is correct. They, as a Harbor Commission condition of approval many years ago in 08 or 07 or 08, they were required to have public access via 4 slips that were located right in the center of their marina. And over the years, that has proved to be a challenge to manage for the Irvine Company and not super public friendly because not a lot of people know about them. They're kind of buried in their marina. And there's been some impact to the Linda Isle residents being so close with having the public slips, these 4 that I'm mentioning, so close to the Linda Isle folks. So of those 12, 4 will be relocated out to this new pink area here, and there'll be a total of 8 new public slips, public side ties.
So were the public users noisier than the rest of the marina? Why did the Linda Isle folks have problems with it?
That's precisely it. The public slips, many of them are using the restaurants, and they're leaving late at night, and there's been some noise issues and some complaints from the Linda Isle folks.
So it was a problem, as I understand it, for them, for the Irvine Company, was that how do you secure their marina, and people would be in the secure dock and couldn't get back in to get their boat?
They did figure that out by about a year or 2 after they rebuilt the larger part of the marina. They did install a gate, and they've worked through those access issues of how to get the public in and out with certain time frames. But it has been a challenge. And with this idea of expanding the public dock to the farthest point away on their property, which is farthest away from Linda Isle, not only does it provide public access for more boaters, but it also helps mitigate some of the noise and complaints issues that they've had.
So what are they going to do to, A, let the public know that these exist, and B, is it because it's on a different dock, it'll have its own security issues and it won't be conflicting and they won't have management issues?
That's correct. 100% of the management will turn over to the city, so it'll be publicized in all the same ways that we currently publicize our public slips. It'll be in our guide. I'll be responsible for maintaining it, and it'll be turned over to the city.
So will it have the same kiosks and so forth on the top of the piles to identify it from the boater's point of view?
Yes, we do plan to put those on. I haven't thought that far in advance, but that's what my intent is on.
But it'll also
few
be a
piles.
no fishing pier. This will be for boaters only, right?
It'll be for boaters only, and there will be no fishing here. Correct. And nor will there be a pump out station.
Okay, thank you.
This next slide jumps topics to our derelict vessel abatement program, which has been really successful, and hats off to Shannon Levin, our harbor analyst in Harbor Resources with Public Works. She's been administering this program, and we received a $125,000 grant a couple years ago, and we've removed approximately 30 vessels, mostly from Newport Harbor. I say that because a condition of the grant is that we must accept all boats, whether they're in our harbor or not. So a couple have been trailered in from outside of the area, but anyway, it's all part of the greater cause. We've had some larger boats, and these are some of the ones that have been giving us some problems over the years, and they range from large boats to small boats. And it's been a great program. We're at the end. We've used all our funds, and we've removed somewhere around 30 boats. But it is an ongoing issue. For every 30 that we remove, there's 35 more, it seems like.
Councilwoman Dixon.
Well, thank you, Chris. Could you explain what the process is and how we identify the derelict boats, and what's the process to get them to the point of being removed? How long does that take?
Sure. Identifying a derelict boat, it can be a challenge. One person's idea of a derelict boat is another person's dream to rebuild. And so we do wrestle with that. The Harbor Patrol helps identify those boats. If the vessel can make it under its own power to and from the Harbor Patrol station or out at the harbor entrance, that's one test that they use. But if it's in disarray, which are these pictures point to vessels that are unkempt and need attention, then the Harbor Patrol identifies those boats, and Shannon concurs with those. And our Harbor Commission is very involved in that too. And they give advice on which boats that they see, and we chip away at them just a couple at a time. It's a challenging process because we do have to make contact with them, give them time to try and fix it, and when that fails, then you go through the process. And sometimes people are willing to work with you and they want to give us the vessel, and other times it's a little bit more of a challenge for us to convince them that, hey, you're really not going to be correct fixing your boat.
Well, I guess I thank you for that. I'm interested in knowing if we can improve that process a little bit more. I mean, for example, these are typically moorings, correct?
Yes, they're only moorings is what we're focusing on.
All right, so we should be receiving an annual mooring lease payment, wouldn't we not?
We do.
Okay, and do we certify that they're insured? The boats are insured?
We do. The Harbor Patrol does do that, and they send out letters. And we just started, and we're refining that program, but we've been doing that for the past couple years.
So, for example, if a boat an owner has not paid their annual lease payment or made any payment, in what period of time do we consider that derelict?
I wouldn't consider derelict and non-payment as equally the same. I would, if they do not pay their fee, whether they're derelict or not, we would go through the process, the revocation process via the Harbor Commission. And that generally happens Bills are sent out in January, and come June, July, we're assembling our list of who we would revoke. Derelict vessels, on the other hand, is different. You can have a nice boat and be behind on your payment.
Well, if someone hasn't paid, I mean, there's action taken if they have not paid their annual lease payment. They've had
That's-
6 months under that system.
That's correct. The Harbor Commission revokes anywhere from 3 to 7 or 8 boats a year, it seems like.
And do they disappear, or is that another process to remove them from the water?
Well, it's easier, in that case, it's easier for us to make them disappear because they're no longer allowed to be on their mooring, and then there's a process on how many, how we get rid of that boat or how we impound the boat.
All right, I guess I just would like to just kind of have some data as we go forward, maybe as a follow-up item, as to how many boats currently have we identified as derelict, and what's the process for them, and what's the period of time, just so we just understand how it's
Okay.
happening. Because as we're going to be later this afternoon talking about the mooring issue, and moorings are valuable items in our harbor, and if a derelict vessel is occupying important space for a period of time, anyway, it's something we should be sure we manage expeditiously.
Okay, thank
And
you.
an expeditious manner is a better way to say it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To answer Councilman Dixon's question, it's a good question. I know what she's getting at. A few years ago, the Harbor Commission looked into this. Obviously, going back to Chris Miller's statement, which is very, very true, that one man's whatever he said and one of the other would be like that. So the idea that your boat is derelict is a sad one. So moving on with that, there was a great article written of a success story in the state of Florida where they have thousands of miles or hundreds and thousands, whatever, of shoreline where this derelict boat problem exists in much greater than ours. And what they did was they were able to establish some volunteers to form in a group that retired folks that love boating and want to give back. And when a boat is identified as kind of a slippery slope sliding, it's pretty easy to tell when a boat is that you wouldn't go sit on it or use it. I mean, it's very, very easy to tell. And without, discouraging the boat owner or without embarrassing him or her, what they have come up with is a way to help them. And with their volunteer efforts, they help clean it up. They help provide them with parts from surplus stores, whatever, to get it back to running again. Because a lot of times when they find out what has happened, maybe the person's in the hospital, maybe this or that, or lots of reasons why these things fall out of disarray. And nobody wants to have a payment every year for a mooring and not be able to use their boat. So if we can get the boats to a point where it gets back to usable, then what happens is the fellow starts to enjoy and or sells it. But when it goes past the tipping point, like as in these boats, they abandon them. And that's when you and I own them. We all own them. And that's what the program would work hard at trying to stop. So that's what we will be proposing to the Harbor Commission to work on and see if we can't establish a volunteer group to do that. I'm sure we can.
Thank you. Our next topic is to talk about the Coast Guard fixed channel markers in the harbor. These are the half a dozen or so markers that are mostly on piles, and there's 2 at the harbor entrance. The reds are on the right, and the greens are on the left. They're numbered, they're not lettered, and and as I said, there's just a few in the harbor. These are the federal channel markers, not to be confused with the race markers, which are, these are numbered, not to be confused with the race markers that are lettered, and those are generally the smaller spar yellow buoys that are used for races. The problem that we're having and we're seeing with these Coast Guard markers is that they're being hit, and we've had 2 examples over the past few years, one most recently off of Bay Island at the top of the screen, and it's actually 2 piles, and on the top of that pile was a big structure, and it was hit by a large vessel. And what we're hearing is that these markers, although well-intentioned, to be visible, the larger boats cannot see them underneath their bow. And they do hit them, and in this case, broke it off. It took us a while to get it fixed, and in fact, the city ended up paying to have that marker removed as opposed to waiting for the Coast Guard to do that. What we'd ultimately like is to convert these markers to floating buoys, such as the green one up top or the red one down below, which are much more forgiving if you hit them, and they'll do virtually no damage, and they're very easy to maintain. So we're working with the Coast Guard right now to change their program and implement a floating buoy program for Newport Harbor. And it's going to take a lot of work dealing with the Coast Guard and the federal government, but that's our job for this year, and I think we can see some progress. We've already met with them, and they've already toured the harbor, and they agree with most of our suggestions.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill.
how many fixed marker buoys do we have, or how many fixed markers do we have in the harbor?
I think there's about 6 off the top of my head.
How much does it cost to convert them over to a floating buoy?
Nominal, you'd probably spend $5,000 or $6,000 to pull it, and then it's a cost of a buoy, which is probably call it under $10,000 per buoy easily.
So most difficult part of this is working with Coast Guard to have it switched over. Okay.
Very much so. But we're confident we can get some progress this year. The next topic is our complete cruising guide. We've just finished updating our 3rd edition. This is a Harbor Commission driven guide. It's in print form, and it's in a really welcoming, professional electronic form online at the web address that you see there. It's prominently displayed on the Harbor Resources site. And we hope to keep this guide updated on a regular basis, and it really just tells people about Newport Harbor, where things are, what to expect when you come into the harbor, and all sorts of good information of where things are. As we add these public docks that I've mentioned earlier, and as restaurants change hands, we do try and update this, and being online, having an electronic version, it's easy for us to do that. Another topic that we deal with on a very regular basis is, that would be next, one more, would be beach sand maintenance. And this is an example of a collaborative project replenishing sand at the base of the Lido Isle Bridge. And this picture was taken just last week. It's a very expensive way to put sand on the beach, but the contractor was working for a private marina in the channel entrance area, and he didn't have anywhere to dispose of his good quality sand. And his permit dictated that that sand be deposited back on a beach and not taken out to the ocean and dumped. So he asked me, where can I put some sand? And I said, well, let's try Lido Bridge Beach. And this is the result of that. And it's a complex way of doing it, but it was able to solve his problems, and the city got some free sand out of it. And in fact, this same contractor, as of today, we're working with him to replenish beaches elsewhere in the harbor as well.
Just a side note, if you're thinking, that sand will bleach out and become white. I know everybody looks at the color, but anytime you put new sand on a beach, it looks like that, and after a while, it turns white.
Councilwoman Dixon.
Mayor, Chris, when you said you put at Lido, what is the process to determine, and some of the beaches are community associations or public beaches or private beaches? How do we make that decision or assessment whether beach needs new sand? Is that something that the private entities come to the city and ask for, or what's the process?
Generally so. If like let's say in Lido Isle's case, the LICA would call me up and request to have some sand on their beach. If it's Balboa Island, that's on our yearly list to work in there, or China Cove or other areas. So we do rely on input from the community. The next slide, we'll be talking about Balboa Island sand.
And again, Councilmember Herdman is recusing himself due to the location of his home.
As I said, beach sand maintenance, sand moves, it's never static. It does what it wants to do, and part of our job is to manage the sand to the best of our ability, but to recognize when it needs to be replenished, and usually that occurs on our public beaches around Balboa Island. Every year we do a beach replenishment project, but this year is a little bit different. This coming year is a little bit different because we have some sand available to us at the lower Santa Ana River, and our plan is to import some sand onto Balboa Island to replenish those beaches. So look for some activity on Balboa Island coming soon. I'm jumping to harbor dredging next, and we're going to be briefly talking about dredging as it relates to the main channels, which is where people navigate. We're going to be talking about residential slips and dredging along the shoreline, residential and commercial, and our regional general permit. Which brings us up to Grand Canal dredging. As the City Council knows, you've recently awarded a contract to dredge a portion of the Grand Canal. This time around, we dredged just the southerly portion from the Park Avenue Bridge, the new Park Avenue Bridge, to South Bayfront. We were restricted. For those of you wondering, why didn't we just go ahead and do the whole Grand Canal? It's because, yes, we're allowed to impact eelgrass with our new regional general permit, but we're not allowed to impact as much as we'd like. But I'll take a blade. I'll take impacting one blade because that's more than we could impact many years ago. So our permit allowed us to impact just the southerly portion, and our plan is to continue dredging the northern section of the Grand Canal and even the middle section later on this year, probably near the end of this year, well after the Park Avenue Bridge has been rebuilt. This was a good project, I might add, because a lot of people have told us that they've noticed a difference. It's helped navigation, and it's working, and we're glad it is. It's a very difficult project because of how narrow the channel is.
Chris, quick question. Are you able to use any of that material to put up against the bottom of the seawall in the channel?
No, that material was all taken out to LA3, to the ocean disposal site. I say LA3, that's the terminology. Yeah, that's the name for it, but it's 4.5 miles offshore, and so that material was taken.
It was fine, silty, muddy stuff that wasn't really usable for the beach.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
However, on that note, 2 falls ago, we replenished, or was it last fall? It was last fall. We replenished, we imported sand along the Grand Canal to shore up the bulkhead. So that was all good quality sand.
I was thinking some of that sloughed down into the middle, and you need to put that back.
Amazingly, that sand did not slough down. And the reason, that's a good example of that sand being coarse-grained material, so it locks up together much better than a fine-grained sand would. Now I'd like to invite Councilmember Herdman back, if he can hear me. And we're going to be talking about the regional general permit. So I'm sure that you've often heard me say the RGP 54, or it's been brought up in conversations a lot. And the RGP stands for the Regional General Permit. And this is a permit that the city has had for over 30 years. But this last time that we renewed it was special because we increased a lot of components or improved a lot of components with that permit, notably the allowance to impact eelgrass, which I mentioned previously, as well as to increase the quantities that one can dredge. So not only does that help the residential permittees because they can impact eelgrass, but now commercial marinas, who are generally larger, they generally need to dredge more. And so we're finding that we're getting a couple commercial marinas who fit in that box of this regional general permit. They can go the easy way. Maybe what I'll do is I'll back up and describe the regional general permit as being a permit that the city gets on behalf of the residents. And we do all the homework, we do all the testing of the sediment, and we do all the negotiating with the agencies. And then the residents essentially apply to us, piggybacking off of our permit. And the system does work out. It saves the residents and the commercial marinas months and months and months and months and many dollars of work. This has been a really good, successful story. Last year, in previous years, we would have, and I'm not exaggerating, 5 or 6 applications per year when we were not allowed to impact eelgrass. Last year, we processed over 60 applications, which means that there was a lot of pent-up demand from folks who weren't able to dredge, mostly because of eelgrass. And we were able to satisfy a lot of people. And then this year, in our second year, there's been some activity as well. So people are using it. It's been a good program. The next topic is kind of what the future holds for dredging. In our primarily speaking about our channels, but also helping out.
Mr. Miller, one second.
RGP. So we've processed 60 applications. Does that mean that 60 private residences have been facilitating the dredging in their area?
Not necessarily. There's been a lot of interest. Just like anything, some people apply, and it takes a long time. It's like a lot of people have the permits in hand, but they haven't. Linda Isle is a great example. They have 20 permits in hand, and they have a lot more. They have a few more people who they're getting together. They're waiting for a big package to then go out to bid.
So then they'll individually, privately hire the services of a dredging company?
They will.
I see.
So when they choose to dredge is up to them, but they've gone through the permitting process.
Okay, so our role will then be complete once we've given the permit.
Correct.
Okay, good.
Correct.
All right, and they're on their own to do the dredging. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Our role is complete, but perhaps in the future we might have a stronger role. And Councilmember Duffy and Avery are helping out in this regard with our future harbor-wide channel dredging and improving how we dredge in Newport Harbor. I'm going to just gloss over from a top-level perspective, but we're looking at ways to dredge our harbor more frequently at small chunks at a time. That sounds like an easy thing to do, but as we're finding out, it's a challenge. And one objective that we would have would be to bring our harbor down to its authorized design depth. Right now, a fairly small percentage of our harbor is at the authorized depth. And authorized depth is a federal term or a Corps of Engineers term that says they have allowed Newport Harbor to dredge down to X amount of feet throughout the harbor. In order for us to meet that goal of dredging down to X amount of feet, we would need to remove about 650,000 cubic yards. And to put that in perspective, 4 years ago when we dredged the lower harbor, not to design depth, but we were hindered by funding and disposal, we dredged about 600,000 cubic yards 4 years ago. So we would need to double that to get down to our design depth. Council members Duffy and Avery are assisting staff with meeting with the Corps of Engineers. We had a long meeting with them, the local office, last week, and we are going to be traveling up to Sacramento tomorrow and Washington, D.C. next week to talk about this, see how we can get on the funding radar, and see how we can work with our agency partners to put together a dredging plan. One of the ideas that we have is to use a smaller suction-style dredge, which is more efficient than using an excavator, and it allows using a suction-style dredge, which is basically a tube that you can put underneath someone's dock and efficiently grab the material from deep underneath someone's marina or dock, where it's harder to get an excavator to reach in and grab it. Also looking into what are the options of disposing this material in the nearshore ocean zone. There's been examples, or there are examples elsewhere along the coast, notably in Santa Cruz, where they can dispose of their dredged material and even finer grain, non-beach, non-coarse grain material out in the nearshore zone. Now, I'm not talking about on the beach, but beyond the surf zone, or just within the surf zone. And Santa Cruz has been able to show that that finer grain material is beneficial to that benthic environment right off the shore. And we're going to try and look at that as well and try and get that permitted so that we can also take advantage of that and lessening the haul out to the full ocean disposal zone. And with that, of course, with any dredging program, we need to do harbor-wide sediment testing, and that's a whole nother component to getting a permit, but that's something that we've done many, many, many times before, and, but it can be done. Any questions or comments on this slide? I have another...
One second, we do have one comment from Mayor Pro Tem Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would want to thank staff immensely for helping us to look into other ways of keeping our harbor deep. And up until a few years ago, this was not such a high priority. But I can assure everyone that we have the attention of staff and the Army Corps and everyone that is in line to listen to our story. Primary goal, one of them is to get the per cubic yard of cost to remove the material down. And currently, we have this mobilization cost to every dredging project that really just annihilates the price. A lot of people just say, I'm not doing it. And that discouraging note is rampant through the harbor. And so we do have one outfit that has come in, and that's good. That's good for everyone, but it's just one. So there's no competition whatsoever. And it becomes, and it remains to be a very, very expensive proposition to dredge. So overall, we're looking at less expensive ways to remove this material, as was stated earlier, smaller jobs more often, and keeping the depths that we need. And I'm very encouraged, because I've been at this 10 years on the Harbor Commission and now 2 years on the council as my top priority. And I can see that we're inching and moving ahead, and that these things take forever, but as long as we take baby steps, I'm encouraged, because that's apparently how the government works. And so there you go. And just want our council to know that I think we, moving forward, very exciting dredging times. Thanks.
Thank you. Moving on to the next topic are our modifications to our private pier and public mooring fees. Now, we'll be discussing moorings in greater depth in a few minutes on our next agenda item, but just touching upon these topics briefly to remind the council, our residential pier rate this year, 2017, is the last year of the ramped up rate, so we're at the top of our tier structure. We're at 50 cents per square foot. After this year, it will adjust by CPI, so it will probably be just a couple pennies, I would imagine. Commercial peers, we're going to be coming to council on coming up in March and talking about commercial peers and where we're at with that and our game plan with that. And just on this slide, I mentioned the 2017 mooring rate, which we'll go into more detail, but we're at $35.43 per foot for the offshore and $17.71 for onshore moorings. And lastly, for me, before I turn it over to Public Works Director Dave Webb, is them talking a little bit about our vessel holding tank and our pump out program in the harbor. The city has 5 public sewage pump out stations in the harbor at 5 stations at 4 locations. They get used a lot. We spend a lot of time, energy, and money maintaining those pump out stations. What you see here on the left-hand side of your screen is a green dye, which is specifically designed for this purpose. And what we do is we run the dye through our system to look for leaks, or we put it in a 5-gallon bucket and see how quick it pumps out, then we look for leaks that way. So this is a good picture because it shows we can really see a leak, if there is one, very quickly. All of our pump outs were replaced in 2013, and they get worn and used a lot. We hope to, it's going to be sooner than later before I think about replacing them again. On the right-hand side is an example of a bilge pump out station. This is something, actually it's just a stanchion. The actual unit is upland by about 50 feet. But this is something that has been suggested to us for many, many years. And I remember looking into this back in the mid-2000s to no success. But there's a company out there who is refining and developing an effective bilge pump out. And for those of you who don't know what a bilge pump out is, it's different than a sewage pump out. Sewage does what we all know it does, but a bilge pump out, you would actually take down in the bottom of your boat and right in pretty much the V, the bottom portion of your hull inside your boat, water collects there. And in that water, there's traces of oil and rags and nuts and bolts and things that just come off of an engine, just like on the floor of your garage. Well, all that sits in the bottom of your boat. And rather than have it pumped via your bilge pump when you're out at sea or maybe automatically, wouldn't it be nice if there was a station or 2 in the harbor where you could pump out your bilge? And I'm actually thinking about 2 locations, one on opposite sides of the harbor, and I think I can do it. And it's proposed in this year's CIP budget, and I'm developing a plan as we speak. So I think that'd be a great amenity to our harbor.
So, Mr. Miller, what do you think the estimated cost is going to be for 1 or 2 pumps?
We've budgeted $150,000, and I think I can do that for 2 pumps. I've got in my mind to get 2 pumps out of that.
I love you up for the challenge. I see staff is also chuckling. Is that a service we would charge for?
No. I'm not envisioning a charge for that. We do not charge for our public sewage pump out stations. We do that because we really want to encourage people to use it, or conversely, we don't want to discourage people from using the pump out stations in the name of water quality.
Okay. Mr. Avery.
Yeah, just to add to that, I just think this is a really important addition to the harbor, these bilge pump outs, because every boat that has a diesel or inboard gas engine, I guarantee it has oil in the bilge, certainly oil under the engine pan. And, it's tough to think about, but it goes over the side on a regular basis from all boats with their automatic bilge pumps, pick up sometimes a lot of oil, but at minimum some oil, and it's pumped directly over the side. And it's for the boat owner, it's really difficult it takes a lot of effort to get down there and kind of by hand get it out, and it takes a lot of diligence, but to be able to pull it to a dock and vacuum out this stuff from your bilge is going to be a huge benefit to virtually all boaters with diesel or gas inboard engines. And it's going to really help, I believe, the water quality. So, great. It's a great deal, and they'll get well used, I guarantee you.
Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also suggest we just look into adding a drop-off for used oil at those sites, possibly used motor oil and used diesel fuel. I have some examples of some I saw in San Francisco Bay last summer. I took pictures of them, and I think they're very affordable looking, sort of, but very effective, and people actually use them a lot. And because right now it's just really, what do? You know, you change you clean out your fuel filters. You know, now you have a 5-gallon bucket of diesel. Where do you take it? We don't know where they take it. Well, you can take it to the fuel dock. They don't. Anyway, so I think that's in conjunction. It would make a lot of sense if we're going to spend that kind of money. We spend a little more and take care of the whole package, because it's not just the bills. It's the other two items as well.
That's a good idea. I'll look into that. It's discouraging from my perspective when in our parking lot at the Balboa Yacht Basin we come to work and there's 5-gallon buckets of oil just sitting there. So I hear you on that one, and that's a great idea.
Mr. Avery.
Don't do that. These devices will be used to suck up 5-10 gallons of dirty engine oil and diesel fuel. It'll just be, it's too convenient, you know, for a lot of people to do that. So we have to really provide the support to enable them to do the right thing. And so it's good stuff.
Dave, I was thinking maybe we check in with council here. I know we have a whole section on water quality, which I think would be really valuable, but I don't want to lose the opportunity to have the mooring folks and have you guys have a good, robust discussion about that. So my goal was to be done with this section at 5. So maybe we could do that in the next study session, I guess. Hate to hurt anybody's feelings.
At your leisure.
Okay. Is that okay with you folks? We'll move right now to moorings. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Or, sorry, probably public comment on what Dave and Chris just presented.
Thank you. Any questions from the council before I go to the public? All right, seeing none, public comment on that item. Yes, please come forward, sir. Let's go to the podium and please state your name for the record.
John Ponick.
Thank you.
With the bilge pump out, it seems to me it might be a good idea to have hot water pressure washer to, like you said, under the engine there's accumulations of oil and so on, and that would be that could be a pay station, because there's a lot of boaters that would really like to be able to clean their bilge out, and if you have clean bilges, you're going to have less to worry about.
Good, thank you. Anyone else? No. Yeah, Mr. Miller, just dovetail onto his comments, and you can talk with Mayor Pro Tem Duffield and Councilman Avery, but if there are any services we could provide, some of which we could probably charge for, some we don't want it for public policy reasons, it would be, I think, a good time to look at it and do it in a conjunction. Thank you for the presentation. Mr. Kiff?
So next, I think we have Shannon and or Chris doing the presentation about mooring regulations.
I'm going to lead off this, and Shannon Levin is to my right here, and she'll be assisting and can help answer questions. This is our mooring topic, and this is a topic that the City Council, I thought I would just throw this slide up first. The City Council has opined on moorings since 1947. This is a City Council approved map. So there's a long history of moorings in our harbor with City Council involvement. I thought you would enjoy seeing that. Just a brief recount of where we've been. In June of 15, the council directed staff to return with revised rates and code revisions. Now, these were based on the Harbor Commission's intense study of moorings over the first half of 2015. And the most important one of there were two very important components of that recommendation that council told us to return back to with, and that is in January of 16, we quickly revised the rates. Everybody was concerned about that, so that part is done. We're not here to talk about mooring rates this evening or this afternoon, but then we are returning now with the rules and regulations concerning moorings. And I'd like to really give a nice compliment to the Newport Mooring Association and their leadership and their fellow members for collaboratively working with the Harbor Commission and staff and everybody else in really putting a big effort. So I'm very thankful for their help. I'm just going to list the major highlights of the changes that were recommended to the City Council, and the City Council told us to come back and make those changes. The first is the rates, which I've already discussed, and for everyone's information, we're currently at $35.43 for offshore moorings, that's per foot, and $17.71 per foot, that's an annual rate for onshore moorings. Those rates increase by CPI every year. Mooring transfers. This is the second big topic that concerned everyone for the past few years as to how often and when and how moorings could be transferred. And this recommendation allows for unlimited transfers between private parties with a maximum of one transfer per year. If you recall, the current rule, as it states now, is that a particular mooring could only be transferred twice in 10 years, and then after that 10 years, no moorings can be transferred. And I think we're at maybe year 8 right now, give or take. 2020 is when that program will take effect unless council takes action at the next meeting or recommends otherwise. So that's a very important consideration and component of this presentation, is unlimited transfers between private parties. The second big item is the mooring transfer fee. This is the fee that does exactly what it says, is the fee goes to the city when the mooring changes hands. The current fee is set at 50% of the annual permit fee. In the example of a 40-foot boat, that fee would be $708. What that does is that takes the given fee, there's no guesswork at all, it's that year's mooring rate, and for your mooring, divides it by 2, and that's your mooring fee. However, the council recommended in 2015 to have staff return with a fee that is based on the fair market value transfer price. This is the private party price that both people, buyer and seller, agree to. And the idea is, that council directed us to come back with, is 10% of that deal. The Harbor Commission thought about that at their February meeting when they recommended that we bring these changes to the City Council, and they realized that there could be there could be a flaw in that system, in that it doesn't promote accuracy, and no one can verify what the price was agreed upon between both parties. It's non-verifiable. And so the Harbor Commission said, why don't we change that and recommend going to 75% of the annual permit fee instead of 50%. It doesn't distort the required posted fair market value as noted in number 5 below. Number 5 I will get into in just a few minutes. But the price for that would be, instead of the $708, it would be $1,062. But I think in general the flavor is keeping the suggestion would be to have the council consider having the fee be based on the annual permit fee, which is a given, rather than what's agreed upon for the price of the mooring.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
do you have the numbers for what if if we're 50% of the annual permit fee in this scenario?
$708. $708.
Okay, 708. Thank you. And what is if it were to stay the recommended 2015, 10% of fair market value, what would that look like?
Well, that's the crux.
Yeah,
No
so
one knows.
Assuming someone's being honest, which I think most Newporters are honest, what does that look like?
Well, it depends on how much a mooring is sold for. So moorings are sold depending on their location in the harbor entrance where you can get easy access to the ocean, way far back, onshore, offshore, position within the field, outside row, inside row. So it really does vary. I wouldn't be able to give an answer because it's a private party transaction.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll come up with a number. I know that numbers are out there, so we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to follow up on, may I? Oh, thank you. So, Mr. Miller, just if you elaborate, if you will, on the current system, the 10% of fair market value. Is that currently going on right now?
No, the current is 50% of the annual permit fee.
So that's the current system that's been, okay, for how long has that been?
That has been in effect since 2010.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so to your point about the transparency of the permit, given the fact that most people probably are honest, there's really no way to validate that sale price or that transfer price. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I'm going to try to demonstrate that on the next slide.
Okay, very good, thank you.
And Mr. Avery.
And, based on my recent look at things, the value of a 40-foot mooring in Newport could be between $20,000 and $25,000 today's market. There might be people out here that argue that, but they're advertised frequently. But what we don't have is obviously sale prices. But I think with near certainty, most 40-foot moorings would transfer in the $20,000 range in the harbor. So it'd be a $2,000 transfer fee if we elicited the price.
So if they were honest, it'd be twice as much revenue.
Right.
They cut it in half, it'd be about roughly the same.
Right, and the Harbor Commission at one point recommended 1 month of the transfer fee, of the permit fee. So in that case, you know, for a 40-foot boat, it'd be $1,417. And then at the February meeting, through working back and forth, it got to 75%. So, but either way, it's less certainly than the council recommendation. And moorings generally are down in price compared to what they were obviously before. You know, they've never really recovered since 2008 in value.
Thank you.
Keeping in mind that the transfer price is usually built into the sale price as well. On the next slide, point number 4 was to allow up to 2 names on a mooring permit. That's okay. Now here's point number 5, which I was alluding to on the previous slide. In the name of transparency, it was thought a great idea to have the history of the moorings that were sold posted on a website, so that if one wanted to buy a mooring in the future, they would go to this website that would be managed by the Newport Mooring Association on our behalf, and they'd be able to get a snapshot of what a mooring in the H field or the J field or the A field was going for in 2016. And they would be able to get an idea of what that price is, so that could help in their negotiation or what their budgeting might be to buy a mooring. Now, if the mooring, if on a previous slide the transfer fee is based on the fair market value price, and if that price isn't stated correctly, well then that doesn't go, then that incorrect rate might go on this posting, which the goal is to provide transparency, but it might be foggy. So I wanted to bring that up.
Okay, I think we'll have a couple of questions to follow up with that. Councilwoman Dixon?
Clarify what you just said. So if we're trying to create transparency, which I commend, and obviously that is the right thing to do, but if the actual sale price, if the actual number, correct number, sale price number is not posted, then it just will distort the transparency. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman O'Neill?
Thank you. So why not have the city maintain it on its own website?
We could do that. We have an organization in the room here that's our partners, and they've volunteered to assist with that. It's really just a matter of maintaining a spreadsheet and updating it, and they've volunteered to help with that.
Councilmember O'Neill, if I may add, the way the municipal code revision is currently written, it's to be maintained on the city's website or a third-party website. So it gives us the option. We can do it on our website or through a third party.
And if we did it through a third party, I assume there would be many contractual provisions requiring them to do certain things with audit rights and all the fun things that I'm sure the Newport Mooring Association would just love to have, correct?
We attorneys love agreements. There would be an agreement of some sort.
Okay. All right, and then in terms of making sure that that information is verifiable, because that's a little concerned when you mentioned earlier that this is not a verifiable set of information. So given that part of the reason we were doing this was because of a grand jury report from years ago, and one of the issues there being transparency, verifiable information would be something that would be particularly important to a grand jury. So I'm wondering what steps are available, and perhaps is it available for us to require before a transfer is formalized that a person state under penalty of perjury that the information they are providing is true and correct?
Yes, that would be the intent.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Mr. Avery?
Yeah, I think Will got it correctly. Obviously, these are, this is a public trust to the city, and so we've gone through this, but bringing more transparency to it is helpful. And the city would have to work hand in hand with the Mooring Association, because the city, or in this case, the Harbor Department, the people anybody that wants to transfer mooring, the buyer and seller, they meet at the Harbor Department and actually conclude that transaction right there. And at that point, that would be the time that they would, make a statement about the price, the sales price, and take that in. And we can't really abdicate that responsibility to anyone else. And then from that point, you could report it to the Mooring Association. But this would be really important, I think, for just everyone to get a sense of what's going on out there. And right now, there's just not enough transparency in this process. And so I think that'll help us, meet the public's trust, and to Will's point, answer those things that the grand jury brought up. And the idea here, though, is not to make it too complicated and just keep it as simple as possible and just input the information. But after a number of years, after 10 years, you're going to have a pretty good sampling of prices, and there'll be so when you pull up a chart of all the moorings in the harbor, you'll get a sense of where the values are.
Thank you. Mr. Piotr?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Miller, I'm a little concerned too about a third-party website that we're not actually hiring as a vendor. This is a property right. Even though it's a leasehold right, it's still a property right. And it's not like they're going to be able to record a transfer deed or something like that at the recorder's office. So there needs to be an official place where these are tracked as far as who owns which mooring. So at least the legal side of it has to be tracked by us, whether it's actually on a website or not. Obviously, I think it's okay to have it on a website with privacy concerns as far as who the buyers and owners are. But it's a property right, and I think there's no alternative but that we or one of our vendors would maintain that. Newport Mooring Association could reflect that, but it would still be our database that would be the important one that we would look at for ownership. Thanks.
Mr. Avery?
I absolutely concur with that, and I think we're always going to have that information, and we should be tracking it, maybe in a more simple way of just a listing of the dates and the prices and all that. And then the NMA could perhaps make it more visual and make it, make it better, and which would take more time. But I think a partnership there, but absolutely, it's up to us to really keep track of it. And when people come to the city site, there could be a rudimentary listing for sure, and let the NMA do their thing with it as well.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dixon.
Are you concluded? Have you concluded your presentation?
I have two more slides, quick ones.
Okay, because then I have some follow-up questions too, so I'll wait till you finish.
Okay.
Go on.
Point number 6 is allowing transfers between a family or trust. 7 is allowing a maximum number of 2 permits per permittee. Of course, if you have more than 2 permits now before this adoption, you'll be allowed to keep those, but as a general rule, just having 2 maximum per person. We will retain the policy of allowing us to rent to third parties if the mooring is vacant. Vacant meaning there's not a boat on it, there's a mooring permittee assigned to it, but he or she chooses not to have a boat on it, so it's vacant, and we can in turn rent that to in-harbor users, visitors, and such. Rental fees, there wouldn't be a change to the fee that we charge those people who want to use that mooring for a specified period of time. These are the people who are not the permittees, but the renters, we call them. The frequency of billing annual mooring permits, that can be an internal staff procedure. Do we bill them yearly? Do we bill them monthly? Our current practice is to bill all the moorings, with a few exceptions, every year. And then abolish the wait list, because our wait list, which is largely the reason why we're here today, is because we had a non-functioning wait list that's 35, 40 years old, or used to be. And when moorings are revoked, the city may auction those moorings, may being the operative word, or we can hang on to them if we wanted to, or choose not to use them if we wanted to thin out a field for any reason. And then yes, to answer a previous question from the previous, from a while back today, insurance is required. And our next steps would be to return in March for a first reading, depending on the council's direction this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll have a couple questions. So why don't I first go to Councilwoman Dixon, followed by Councilman Avery, followed by Councilman O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, a few questions. Thank you, Chris. A good presentation and a good opportunity to follow up on our earlier work on moorings. One question to Mr. City Attorney. Could you, excuse me, could you please just clarify for me so I understand the legal ability that the city has to set these standards on tideland water?
Sure, absolutely, and Councilmember Dixon. The city manages the tidelands on behalf of the state under what we call or refer to as the Beacon Bay Bill. It's actually a legislative grant from the California legislature that allows us to hold these lands, both submerged lands and tidelands, in trust. And in turn, we're supposed to be good stewards of the land and use them for these types of purposes to promote boating and public access within the harbor.
And we can set our rates and the terms of the transfers and that type of thing?
Yes, under the terms of the Beacon Bay Bill, we have the ability to manage it, which also includes setting the rental rates, as well as establishing regulations for the use of the tidelands.
Okay, very good. A couple other questions back to Mr. Miller. I was intrigued with the difference in terms of the potential of transfer fee based on whether it's the actual sale price or it's a monthly, 100% of the monthly fee. If we want to kind of get to the same number, because if the sale price is accurate, then we would perhaps, on using your example of a 40-foot boat, maybe we would increase it to 150% to at least, if we're currently bringing, allegedly, if the honesty is there and the integrity of the system is that the transfer price is based on that privately agreed upon market price, and that is more than what the rate is that we're proposing. Is that correct? Do I understand that correctly? So anyway, I'm just proposing that maybe to get to the same number, if that's what the marketplace is accustomed to paying on that transfer fee, that perhaps instead of 75% or 100%, we run the numbers for 150% on that monthly fee. To take away from I support moving away from the market price because of the lack of verification. So, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. One minor correction would be the annual fee, which is the $35.43.
Right.
So it's annual. But certainly, the percentage that the council can be any percentage that you
Sure.
like. The Harbor Commission opined for a long time at our last meeting, and they came up with 75 because they were also wrestling between 100% and 50%, and so that's how they came up eventually with 75.
But I was, in my own mind, thinking somewhere between 50, 75, or 100, and then I was just intrigued with your presentation that the current price, so we would be reducing the revenues that are currently coming in. No?
No, the current fee is 50% of the annual permit fee. That's what's in the code right now. If the council can keep that percentage, they could increase it to 75%.
Oh, so we've never implemented what we recommended, the 2000?
That's correct.
Oh, my mistake.
It's a recommendation based off 2000.
That's never been implemented.
Correct.
I got it. Okay, take away all that. And then another quick question back to the derelict moorings. So if we have the moorings that are derelict and then we recover them, then they conceivably would be put back, the city would be putting them into the open market for sale, is that it?
Conceivably, yes. If someone wanted, someone can have a derelict boat and we can capture the boat, let's say, but under some circumstances, they might be able to keep their mooring as well.
Well, I mean, if it's a derelict mooring and then they've gone through the entire process, that comes back to the city to
That's
put
correct.
into the open market. Okay.
And sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
We could auction, we have the ability proposed to auction that mooring off to the public, or we could keep it as a to put impound vessels on, or maybe even get rid of it if we wanted to thin out the mooring field or row.
We don't have a policy on what to do when we repossess a mooring?
No, we do not.
Okay. And then the one final point about the city maintaining a .gov website for mooring, I would support that as well, just for the purposes of that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Avery.
Just circling back to insurance, which is one of my favorite topics on this. I know in the past, and I know Chris has done a lot of work with the Harbor Department to try and get this insurance issue a little more squared away. But with approximately 1,100 moorings in the harbor, maybe 750 offshore moorings, requiring insurance is a big deal because someone then at the city or at the Harbor Department has to take care of every year getting the renewals taken care of. So the renewals come in, they show the city additionally insured for the correct amounts, the correct amount of pollution liability, and then the renewals, some of them don't come in, and then those boat owners need to be contacted, where's your renewal? And so that's a lot of paperwork, it's a lot of time. And it's very important because if a boat sinks in the harbor and you have a pollution issue with the diesel fuel and the oil, and then a recovery issue, and then a disposal issue, so it's a lot of money for the taxpayer. So it's important to keep this. And then there's just a liability side of just someone becoming injured through inadvertently being on the boat or something, and the boat owner doesn't have something to work with, so it might go to the city. Another thing the insurance does is you can't have insurance without getting the boat surveyed. And if you have an existing policy, within about 4 to 5 years, your insurance company will require you to have the boat surveyed to renew your insurance. So these are things that are very positive in terms of management of the mooring field, and they will also identify when someone no longer is insuring their boat, they're headed toward a derelict boat, or certainly ultimately could be taken, revocated to the city because of non-payment of insurance. So it's sort of a first indicator there's a problem there. So it's important. So I'm bringing this around because when we talk about fees, there should be some relationship to the fees and the cost of the service and the rest of it. And I think the Harbor Department has never allocated, in my view, and I could be wrong, and I'm willing to be corrected on that, enough resources to this sort of thing that needs to be worked on all the time is making sure the entire fleet out there, there are certificates of insurance for every single boat, and they're current and they're correct. The amounts of coverage are correct. So that's one thing I think we really need to work on, and maybe we can back into a fee that way. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. O'Neill.
Chris, do you have the PDF of the proposed changes with the red line readily available to you for the screen? If not, I'll tell you what.
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. I've got a couple questions about it. So there's a section, and I'm just going to read them off to you, and maybe we can ask questions. I can ask questions offline and give direction on this. One of them is on PDF page 6, 3B. It states, if the documentation is not received within 60 days of the transfer, the mooring may be deemed vacant. Who deems that vacant?
That would be the Harbor Patrol, because they currently manage the moorings on our behalf. And so they would say, oh, this mooring is vacant. We can now rent it if we like.
Okay. I'd like that to be a little bit more specific instead of just saying maybe. It would be good to actually specify who could do that. And then and then following up on that, on PDF page 7 under G1, we're talking about sub-permitting the deemed vacant moorings. And it says that the mooring permittee may reclaim its moorings upon 3 days prior written notice to the city. Is that realistic? I mean, do we have the resources available to us that within 3 days that we can process that and then make sure a sub-permittee is off the mooring?
The intent of that is to not have the mooring permittee come back at 6 p.m. on Sunday and say, I would like my mooring right now, please. I notice there's a renter on it. And it causes the Harbor Patrol or whoever's managing it to scramble and relocate that vessel. So we thought that 3 days was a reasonable amount of time to let the Harbor Patrol know in advance that they're coming back to town and start thinking about what you're going to do with that boat that's there. So it doesn't cause a lot of extra work. It's just it's more of a heads up to who's managing the moorings.
Okay. And then one last question on PDF page 8, H3, which is the procedures for mooring sub-permit issuance. Originally, it's the repair of any damage to the mooring equipment shall be paid by the mooring sub-permittee. And now there's about 9 lines of additional language putting the city on, yeah, you know where I'm going with this. Why are we doing that? So why are we putting the city on liability now for if the goal is, and correct me if I'm wrong, if the goal is to make sure that our moorings are being used because we want to encourage public use of the harbor, why would we take on the responsibility of short-term sub-permittees when we're essentially now vouching and becoming a signator on the for any damage that they create?
That's an excellent question, and I believe that one of the speakers here this evening will probably speak more to this point, but I can say that we learned the lesson a little bit of the hard way. If the city is renting out and facilitating a rental, and if something happens to that person's mooring, and the mooring permittee is somewhere else totally out of the picture, then I felt that it's incumbent upon us, and the group did, that if we're going to rent out someone's mooring and there's some damage to it, we ought to rectify that and repair the mooring and seek damages from the person who rented it. It should be our responsibility to do that. The mooring permittee who doesn't have a boat on it shouldn't be involved in the picture and shouldn't have to go through the hassle of trying to collect money. And indeed, that did happen last year, and it was an unfortunate incident. Does that make?
Why would the city take on liability like that? It strikes me that if we're going to be spending money on repairing moorings that someone else caused, then why would we ever sublet without having massive insurance associated with such a thing?
We do require insurance, and we are collecting, and the city is getting the fees for the rental. And so every year, the city gets quite a bit of fees for the rental, and it's kind of like insurance where hopefully this doesn't happen very often, and the fees that we receive from rental greatly outweigh paying for damage that could occur when we rented out someone's mooring.
Just quickly, in that scenario, do you remember the damages amount? Probably a couple
It
grand.
was something $400 to $600, somewhere in that range. So it wasn't significant, but it was enough for the permittee to say, wait a minute, why am I chasing this down? And I agreed, and so we got it taken care of, and then we went to the renter to try and recoup the damages.
But just going to Mr. O'Neill's point, it's very rare that even happens. So there's not much risk for us, essentially.
The risk is low.
Yeah. All right, Councilman Piotr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following up on that, tell me how it works. They get their annual bill, they pay their bill. Do they have to submit their proof of insurance? Do they have to submit their license information that they've renewed their license on their boat? How does it work in your office?
The mooring bill is sent out, and the way it happened this year, or was it last year, Shannon, the letter asking for insurance went out with that mooring bill, and those bills are sent out in January. They're due in March 1st or so. And by that deadline, you had to prove that you had insurance. Is that correct?
What about their license? It says in the document they're supposed to submit their license, and I guess they have to renew that every year. So do they submit a renewal every year?
I think you might be I'd have to check the language that you are referring to, but if you were thinking about vessel documentation / CF numbers on the side of a boat, like a license plate, that's something that's done independently. That if there are boats that have out of date registration, like if your plates are out of date with last year's sticker, then the police on the street or the Harbor Patrol would pull you over and say your registration is out of compliance, you need to go to the DMV and re-register.
So we're not requiring everybody to be updated, and we're not hauling them off the mooring if they're not?
No, we're not taking, no, not as part of our mooring program, but the Harbor Patrol, as part of their law enforcement duties, would be, when they patrol the waters, they would be looking at it, much like our police department would be checking the back of people's license plate.
As far as insurance goes, does everybody need to have insurance? I mean, if someone's got a rowboat out there and there's no motor, do they need insurance?
Thank you. It's for registered and documented vessels would be required to have insurance. So yes, you are correct. Small human-powered craft,
or sailboats without motors.
Yes, those wouldn't. It's a little bit of a common sense approach to that.
Okay. We have the sale and transfer of the moorings, and physically, I'm going to send this $15,000 or $20,000 check to this guy. Here's my paperwork, Chris. Am I approved? I mean, are there escrow companies that handle this, or is it just kind of a handshake deal? Or is that something that perhaps the city should get involved with? Is we would be the transfer agent, almost like a little mini escrow, which of course then we would know exactly what the transfer fee was, or what the actual cost of the mooring was.
The transaction takes place, both parties have to be at the Harbor Patrol's office to sign their respective paperwork. They have to have it notarized, and the Harbor Patrol, on the city's behalf, facilitates that mooring transfer. And so it's all done there at the counter, and that's our check and balance.
So if we acted like an escrow company, we could just say, hey, here's the transfer document, go sign it and have it notarized and send it back. Hey, Joe, send in your $20,000 check. And as soon as it's done, we just disperse funds, permits, and keep our 10%. And no one has to show up anywhere. There's no physical reason for someone to physically show up other than you want to have a notarized, you want to make sure the guy signing off the moorings, the right guy.
I I guess I would defer to the city attorney's office for procedures. I know in real property, escrow, that's what happens, but I'm not sure if that would happen on a
And as
on a
I understand
transaction
it,
of this.
we've got a transfer form, so it's not necessarily something we're deciding. I'm just trying to understand physically how it works. And so it's something we can determine down the road, I guess. But I would be in favor of having an official escrow. Whether it's the city or an outside company, I'm totally open. What do you do when it comes to checking for, like you gave your example of your pump out station with the dye packs? Are we able to go into a vessel that's moored and drop a dye pack?
Currently, the Harbor Patrol does not do that. The Harbor Commission studied this issue at great length last year, and they determined with lots of public input that the Harbor Patrol would ask for voluntary compliance only on the vessels that are using the anchorages, which are typically visiting vessels. For those who are on the moorings, they would not require it. However, for those who rent, they would continue to require it. So there's a difference between the long-term permittees, most people are in the room this evening, and then there's the people who are renting, who are visiting Newport Harbor. Those people are required. The Harbor Patrol does check for holding tanks and also for liveaboards as well. That's part of our liveaboard inspection. So I guess we've got 3 of the bases covered, but the 4th base, which is all of the mooring permittees, the Harbor Commission heard a lot of testimony and didn't want to proceed further with that recommendation of going aboard anybody's boat at any time.
So if a boat goes into Avalon, whether they're the owner of the mooring or a visitor, they get a dye pack dropped in.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the people that are there love to go swimming in the mooring. They like knowing that there's not a bunch of other things floating around with them. Mm-hmm. I don't understand why that would be a problem requiring all visitors for sure, and maybe even put into the mooring agreement that the mooring permittees would agree to a dye pack being dropped on occasion. It's not like it would necessarily be an annual inspection or a requirement, just if there was a need that would arise, and it's already sounds like it's covered under the liveaboard permits. So I would be in favor of including that in the agreement. I also think that in the agreement, we've talked about sea lions and the hassles that we can have with sea lions, and if people don't protect their boats, put up barriers or do other things, that they can become a problem not only for the boat owner but also for the neighbors. Maybe sometimes they forget to put the barriers back up. Should we have in this agreement a permission that allows us to move their boat? Because if there's a sea lion on it, obviously the boat owner probably would love to have their boat moved and get that 900-pound beast off of it. So it seems to me that the agreement should include a provision that the Harbor Patrol management or the mooring management would be able to relocate their boat temporarily. I would anticipate that if you've got a problem vessel with sea lions, which they're required to already keep the sea lions off their boat, but if we had to relocate their vessel more than once, more than twice, we might have a fee associated with it. The first time might be a courtesy, and the second time we might charge $50 or something like that. I would like to see a provision like that included. And then if somebody doesn't pay their mooring fee, it's an annual bill, and 6 months later they still haven't paid their fee. I mean, this is a real estate transaction. It doesn't seem like you would let a tenant in a rental unit that you own go 6 months without paying rent. So it seems to me that we ought to have not just a 10% fee or penalty if they're late, but it should step up. If they're late after 60 days, the penalty either goes higher or there's an additional fee. If they don't do it after 90 days, you start sending registered mail out to all of their addresses and let them know that there's a problem. And perhaps after 120 days, their boat's locked down and they have to pay another fee to get it out. And perhaps then we start impounding type procedures, which can take years, as I understand, depending on whether it's the state or federal licensed vessel. But to come in 6 months late and then decide, oh, please, I just want to pay my fee, they bring their checkbook, that's just not right. You've got an agreement, you've got a mooring, you pay your rent, you don't pay it on time, you get penalized. You don't pay it on time again, the penalty keeps going up. So I'd like to see a written structure. Then I would like to work with the Mooring Management Association to come up with a reasonable structure so that people are incentivized to pay their bill on time. That's all I had for now, Mr. Mayor.
Maybe we get their firstborn if they don't comply, and we can take them over to the, I'm just teasing, Mr. Piotr.
It depends. I've seen some of these boats, you know. That is their firstborn in a lot of cases.
It's true, it is. Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to clarify to our council that something we may not know about, but for years, you had to have a boat on your mooring or you lost your mooring. Okay, so those that remember that. So what happened was that a lot of boats became a placeholder, you know, just any old thing. And it was just awful. I mean, the amount of boats out there was crazy. And so so we all know, a lot of the root of this problem was the idea of rental. You know, if you're gonna wait a year and you're gonna buy your dream boat in a year, I can understand that. A lot of people don't have the money this year, they're gonna get it next year. They don't wanna lose their mooring. That's acceptable to me. But during that year, the thought was we could raise some revenue that we need because we've lowered their rates and everything like that, and everything's expensive. This is a good source of income. And the other thing is, if you anchor in our transient mooring field, you can't leave your boat. You're not supposed to leave your boat. People leave their boats. But in theory, you're not supposed to leave your boat because your boat may not put out enough line and your boat drags. And they do drag. We've seen them drag. And so that's not very attractive to have to sit on your boat and can't go ashore and have a meal or do anything. So the idea was, well, if you're going to be here a week or two, rent a mooring. And it has a 2-point tie-up. It's not going to drag, safer. So that idea was for those who wanted a little more security and leave their boat. I just wanted to clarify that. And I do want to suggest that I am in support of the sea lion method here of moving the boat. And then, because I'm personally had these problems, and those things can do awful damage. And if somebody had just helped me out while I wasn't there, I would have really liked it. And I'm not sure about how much we need to charge them and all that for the next time, but at the end of the day, things beyond your control happen, and those sea lions, they are so brazen now. I assure you that virtually almost nothing stops them. I have a picture last weekend of a sea lion that hopped over railings and was lying on top of the kayak that was at a precarious angle. Couldn't believe it. And blood they're just awful. And so I encourage us to help the boat owner, because they can do $1,000 worth of damage, and you'd love to be able to say, yeah, let's get that thing out of there. I don't know if they abuse it. I'm not sure what the answer is there. Maybe some others can chime in on that. Thank you.
Hey, Councilman Herdman.
You're looking for guidance tonight. I want to tack on to Councilwoman Dixon's suggestion about possibly looking at 100% in terms of the transfer fee or even greater. And then, Chris, what's the degree of delinquency on collecting fees? Is it severe or is it minor? The annual fee.
I would classify it as, on the grand scheme of things, when you factor in almost 1,200 moorings, we have at any given, when we start our process, we usually start off with about 20 delinquent folks, and then we end up with about 4 or 5. But that takes a lot of staff time to chase down those people, and then we eventually make it to the Harbor Commission meeting.
I would like to suggest, as a possibility, for mooring holders that live in the city of Newport Beach and receive a water trash bill every other month, that possibly the fee for their mooring be tacked onto that so that it's paid for throughout the year as opposed to at one particular time during the year. It already is? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilman Avery.
Yeah, real briefly, I think that is a good idea that Councilman Herman brought up, and it is implemented now, but I believe it could be expanded with some additional costs, of course, to mooring permittees that live outside the city. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We can work something out internally.
That'd be great. And one final thing, I just wanted to recognize the mooring permittees in the audience tonight, and most of them are members of NMA, and it's been a long road with the Harbor Commission to get to this point, but it was a really good collaboration between the permittees, lots of people showing up to meetings, lots of great ideas. So as jumbled as it may appear, it's so much better than where we were a couple of years ago, and great citizen input. So just wanted to recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? All right, let's open up to the public. Please state your name.
Ryan Ozonian. I'm in the Abe mooring field. A few questions. All the onshore moorings, like when you have Lido 14s, or you have inflatables, are they all currently required to have insurance certificates? That's one question. Number two, I want to make sure I heard you right, that all of the guest renters that come in for a weekend are certificate holders and provide a certificate before they're on the mooring?
They should be, yes.
Okay. When there's someone pulls the moorings too tight and the cans all of a sudden go from 50 feet to 20 feet, and I can make a claim to your office to have you call South Mooring and have them spread again?
Staff, tell you what, why don't we let him complete his comments,
Sure.
and then we'll answer succinctly
Okay.
the answers to the questions.
Because there is routine damage from guests using moorings. Some of it you don't see for quite a while. You just didn't see it happen. The other question I have is, if my boat is not in the mooring, do I have to give you a certificate for something that's not there? And then I think the final thought that comes to mind is someone paying sales tax on the sale of this mooring? And if so, with this third-party registry, how does the sale tax work? Is they exempt from sale tax? I look at it like DMV. Someone's got to be paying sales tax. That's why people cheat on the stated value. They put it at 50%, so the buyer doesn't have to pay this full amount of the sales tax. So maybe you can clarify those.
Thank you. And I got quite a few questions there. Those questions could be helpful, and the subsequent comments, could you feel okay answering some of those now, or do you need more time?
I think I can hit them. If there's damage from a mooring, certainly moorings are difficult to assess damage sometimes, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly when something was done if it moved under the water. But certainly the visible damage, the intent would be to take care of that, but there's the burden of proof for what happens under the water. If you don't have a boat, certainly on a mooring, you wouldn't need to supply insurance for not having a boat on a mooring, but if it's there periodically throughout the year, I would think you would need that insurance. And
sales tax question.
Sales tax. I don't have the answer to that one, but no.
Yeah, okay, so Mr. Piotr's opining that it's a leasehold interest, there is no sales tax. Does that sound accurate? Yeah, true.
I'm not sure about that, but I do know that that boaters are charged possessory interest tax from the county.
Thank you. Okay, next speakers, and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to come up and sort of get in a tandem line so we can move more quickly.
Yeah, I've got, John Ponick in the F field. I've got a few comments and questions on some of the issues. If person's mooring is confiscated or taken by the city, those are really valuable. And does the city compensate, or do they just steal the mooring from him, rob him from it? You know, and how do they justify not reimbursing the person for taking possession of their mooring? And then it seems the fee for transferring seems a little usurious to me. Maybe I don't know all the ramifications and so on, but is there more than just the cost of paperwork? Why would it be as high as it is? Concerning the rentals, why isn't the owner of the mooring compensated for his mooring being rented? Now, it makes sense that if there's damage, that the city would pay it, because currently the mooring owner doesn't get any compensation, what I understand. And then as far as the sea lions, a lot of times sea lions don't like to be squirted. So if the harbor department took a pressure hose, they can get them off of their dive step and so on without towing the boat. However, if they're inside the boat, you don't want to flood the boat. So that would have to be, or could be, moved to a different area. One of the deterrents for sea lions, they can see the spikes. So if you have a piece of wood with nails, not the sharp part, just the heads, they won't board. That's how I deter them on all of my things. I'm a marine biologist, and simple solutions for some of this stuff. And then finally, that is finally. Thank you very much.
All good questions, thank you. And I'm going to actually ask our city attorney if he was following some of those questions, because some of them are legal based on what we can and cannot do with arguably public property we have a leasehold interest in. Mr. Torres?
Sure, Mayor Muldoon. I think there were a couple questions there. One, I'll start with the fee. And I think I tend to agree as I listen to this more. Generally, a fee is thought of as the cost of providing a service, so it reimburses the city for the service we're providing. In this instance, I don't think the term fee is probably correct. I think it's more of a rental component. It's more of, if you rent an apartment or something, you put down a deposit. This would be like a non-refundable rental amount that you pay up front, and then you start the rental process with the city. So I think maybe we can call that something different. So that's a point well taken. We should probably revise that term. I don't think in essence it is a fee. In terms of seizing the property, there's actually no seizure here. It's if someone abandons their mooring, the city does pay the fair market value for the tackle and for the chain. But in terms of the tidelands, that's property the city already owns. So that's not something we're going to pay for. We own that property. But in terms of the personal property that's left behind, the buoy, the tackle, and whatnot, we do pay actually the value of that to the owner. So there's nothing being seized or taken by the city.
Yes, Mr. Perry, a follow-up question to that.
That's to say offset by the fees or rent that they may still owe us, I presume.
Yeah, I believe so. So if they owe us more money, then obviously we would go after them.
It would be a net or whatever.
Right.
I would like to say, for the sake of the study session, that I will be supporting the lowest fee possible or advanced rent possible that essentially pays for the administration of the service, but is not a tax. I view this as a low-income water access opportunity or service we provide to residents and non-residents, and I would hate to use the opportunity just to create revenue, essentially. Okay, for the next speaker, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Dan Gribble, and I'm a local boat owner and boat business owner, and have a mooring out in front of Balboa Yacht Club. First of all, I want to thank the Harbor Commission and the Newport Mooring Association, and also the City Council for following through on this issue, on all these issues we're getting related to moorings. I bought mine several years ago, and shortly thereafter, this all started about getting rid of transferability and everything else, which I think I bought at the top of the market. I would love to get what you're talking about for my mooring if I ever sold it. I have no intention of selling it, but it's a huge financial impact for mooring owners, and the reason I did it is because for me it was a 4-year break even to get a mooring versus what I was paying for a slip, and it just made it more affordable. And you made a great point, Mayor, that this is the moorings make boating affordable. And someone earlier mentioned something about encourages that the Beacon Bay bill, Steward of the Tidelands, encourage boating, making it more affordable. That's the whole reason that people get moorings. They're definitely not convenient. You can't clean your boat easily without bringing it in a dock. There's all sorts of inconveniences. And I just find it interesting, this whole argument or question about the fees. Frankly, if I sell my mooring, it's not going to be my problem because the guy who's buying it is going to pay it, right? So, but it seems to me it does become a problem in addressing this affordability issue. And I keep wondering, what's the purpose of driving these prices up? Of why? Frankly, I paid for the mooring. No one else paid for it. I paid to service it and replace the chain and all that every 2 years. The city doesn't pay for any of that. It gets broken, I pay for it. So I'm wondering, what does this fee that I pay annually go toward? I'm curious, what does it go for? And what does this fee, this transfer fee go for, other than just being a tax? And why keep it be, a decision of whether it should be 50% or 75% or 100% or 150% or 10% of the sale price? First of all, I know, at least when I bought mine, I recall it had to be you bought the boat and mooring together. So how do you divide the price between the boat and the mooring? And, it's a game. And I think it'd be hard to be accurate, and I may be more cynical about how honest people are, but I think keep it simple is great. And if you know you're going to pay $1,948 for an annual fee, and that's the transfer fee, which is what I pay, that's it. It's easy. You go into the harbor department, you fill out the paperwork, you write them the check, done deal. Keep it simple. And I know there's this talk about visibility, transparency. I think all of this monitoring of who sold for what and how and who's all that. Why? What's the purpose? It just seems it creates more complexity, someone has to follow through, more staff to be paid to monitor all this stuff. For 50 years, or however long, a couple seconds longer?
Briefly, sure.
This has been happening. We've had mooring transfers for decades without none of that. And people found moorings. I found mine from a guy in the yacht club. I mean, it's not like we need all this paperwork and all this bureaucracy and all this complexity for a simple issue, frankly, in my opinion. And I think it needs to be kept affordable. Earlier on one of the slides, they talked about 50 cents per foot for a private pier. So my 55-foot mooring and a 15-wide beam boat would be, at 50 cents a square foot, would be $824, and I'm paying $1,948. So I don't understand why we'd want to raise it higher than $1,948 in a transfer fee. In other words, why is it that this user of the water pays less than half of what I'm paying, but I'm expected, or whoever buys my mooring, expected to pay an even higher price when the reason I have a mooring to begin with is to make it affordable, and the guy who buys it wants it to be affordable. So
Thank you.
I would encourage you to pass the regulations as currently proposed by the Harbor Commission and the NMA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Mooring holder. And I was wondering, since you guys built the new marina, why can't some of us that live aboard can use the showers over there? And I was just wanted to bring up that because it would be really helpful to have a shower facility that we can go to.
Thank you. We're in time crunch, so if you want to stick around after, staff can answer that question. Next question.
Mayor Muldoon, councilors, my name is Patricia Newton. I'd like to thank the Harbor Commission for their careful and open-minded review of this topic. My comments represent the NMA's position on the proposed revisions. We agree with the Harbor Commission's recommendations allowing mooring permit transfers as proposed, and that the transfer be calculated as a percentage of annual fee. There's a precedent for allowing the transfer of mooring permits. In fact, 5 out of the 8 harbors in California with permitted moorings allow permit transfers, some of which are state lands commission granted tidelands. June 16th, the council voted unanimously to allow permit transfers with the recommended controls and transparency based on the 2015 Harbor Commission's report to council. With respect to the mooring transfer fee, the draft ordinance fee of 10% of the mooring sales price is unprecedented in the state of California. Avalon is 5% of the mooring sale price. Morro Bay charges a flat rate of $1,000. Pillar Point charges no fee. Port Louis is $75. We support the Harbor Commission's recommendation the fee be set as a percentage of annual fees for the reasons given in the staff report. At this level, for a 50-foot mooring, a transfer fee would be $1,328, which is $1,000 higher than a residential pier permit. If you maintain the current rate of 50%, it would be $885. That's for a 50-foot mooring, which is over three times the residential rate, which is still a substantial fee given the mooring fees paid into the Tidelands Fund are the highest of any user group. So I think it's really a question of fairness. What are you charging the fees for? As the gentleman said before, it's essentially an administrative task. I'd like to thank you for your consideration and efforts in resolving this matter.
Thank you so much. I believe Councilwoman Dixon has a question for you if you want to.
Patricia?
Yeah.
That's all right. Just wanted to clarify your statement of, restate your position, the Mooring Association's position on the transfer fee. What is it that you recommend?
We recommend that it be a percentage of the annual fee as it is now.
And what the Harbor Commission recommended?
Yes.
Specifically?
Yes.
75%, if I understand that? Or 50%? Well, that's why I'm clarifying. Is it 50 or 75%?
We agree with the percentage approach of
Yes.
the annual fee. We would prefer 50%. We accept the Harbor's Commission's position on this as well at 75.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mosier.
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon and members of the council. My name is Jim Mosier. I've noticed our harbor code is already rather convoluted, and one has such a situation. I always worry that in trying to patch it up, you might actually make it worse. Like Councilmember O'Neill, I found many passages in this red line whose purpose or language was difficult to understand. One thing I didn't find is the business we heard here about both parties to a transfer having to show up at the harbor patrol office to consummate the deal. I don't see that anywhere in here. That's apparently part of the convolution. And as a trivial example of a change that I could not understand the reason for, just looking at the first 2 paragraphs of this, which inserting or modifying 2 definitions, goes in pages and pages of other definitions, all have the same structure. It says shall mean, so-and-so shall mean, and this is for, I have no idea why it's being changed to shall refer to. But that's just a triviality, and it's not what I wanted to speak about. I think it's reasonable for the public to be skeptical when regulations such as these have been hammered out in consultation with people, and all due respect to them, who expect to be the beneficiaries of the regulations and not much heard from any other side of things. And what really bothers me about this with regard to the transfers, we seem to be perpetuating a system in which we're allowing private control over public property. The person who claims ownership over this little patch of public water in which they can deploy their tackle appears to have complete control over which members of the public in the future can have a right to that same little patch of public water. And while the code says that the permit holders are only being granted a temporary use of this, I cannot find in the convoluted language anything that defines how temporary is, and in fact temporary appears in practice to become permanent. Because while there is a passage about how the permits can be revoked for a failure to pay fees, I don't see anything in there that says that the city reserves any right to take back the water as long as the fees are paid. Nothing in there propounding rules about who can be refused use of that if the person doesn't want to sell it to them, and so on. It just doesn't entirely seem to me a very equitable system. It's kind of like a person was taking a public parking spot on a street or laying out their beach towel on the beach. And when things got crowded, you put up a little sign saying, I'm willing to move and give you this public property back if you pay me something for it. I don't think that's quite right. Thank you.
Thank you. The rental revenues that go from someone who is not the leasehold interest individual goes to the city?
Yes.
Yeah. So the revenue that goes from a really busy day when they're not there actually goes to the city, Jim. Your other points are very well taken, though. Yes, next speaker.
Hi, my name's John Fradkin. I'm a mooring permittee. I grew up in the city of Newport Beach, Coronamar High School, class of '76. Before that, I was a kid here. I mean, I have spent a ton of time in the harbor. I feel I know it pretty well. And I just feel a need to refute this gentleman's past point. I urge you guys to allow transferability past, the current November of 2020 sunset date. I think what this gentleman is failing to communicate is that, government makes the rules and we play by the rules. And the rules were always in place that to acquire a mooring, you had to pay somebody who previously had the mooring. And so all the current mooring permittees, and I mean not all, but most of them, we paid substantial money for, the right to be a mooring permittee. And if the sunset not allowing transferability happens, then in effect, it's kind of like government taking something from us without any compensation. And it just seems like the morally right thing to do is to allow transferability, because that's the way the rules always were. And if you change it, you are really creating a financial negative for the people that played by the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Please come forward if you intend to speak this evening on this topic, and we'll get 2 lines going.
Richard Dorn, permit holder.
I'm sorry, say your name again?
Richard Dorn.
Thank you.
Permit holder, liveaboard permit holder. The only problem I see with the proposal is some of the language. It starts out with the mooring permit fee, and later on in the document it changed to rent. As a permit holder and a rental are 2 different categories. I thought it was decided at the Harbor Commission that the rent was going to be taken out and was going to be a permit fee. It's a totally different standing of being a renter as it is being a permit holder. So I would like to see that language clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carter. I'm sorry, Mr. Ford. Carter, are you going to speak?
Good evening. My name's Carter Ford. I am a mooring permit holder, and I am on the board of the NMA, and I do say the same thank yous to everybody involved, including the NMA volunteers and all of you, on the effort that's been put into this. I think I will simply try to make comments that relate to the points that are before you tonight for you to be commenting on. There's 13 of them. And I will only speak to the ones that I'm hearing some concerns about, and the Harbor Commission did a thorough job of walking through them at their last meeting. It would have been great if you all could have heard it. On the, starting at the end with this renter issue, as far as we're all concerned, the renter of a mooring should be held, they should be held responsible for damage to it. And there is some inspection required. It's simply a business management on the part of the Harbor Patrol for the benefit of the city. And therefore, there should be low risk, as was already commented. If they do the paperwork and get the insurance proof and there's a problem, they have a recourse. So we don't see a problem there. We're not getting the revenue. That's fine. I mean, some people would like us to, but that's a lot of work. You keep the revenue, but pay attention to the renter's departure. On frequency of billing annual mooring permits, years ago, they were all due at the beginning of the year, but for many years now, I believe it's probably close to half, because some of that number live in the city, are billed with a water bill. But you have people in the city, and I'm in this category, where I own a property that I don't live in, but I have a water bill, so I'm on that every 2 months. I think it's good business to be collecting the money every 2 months, because if somebody is starting to fall behind, you're on it now. You're not waiting months to get there, and you can charge an additional fee, as this calls for. So I am hopeful that administratively staff will take the system they've already got, which is sending bills out every 2 months, and include the others in that, and then you'll get your money sooner. So we think that's a good thing. Centralized location for posting information on the mooring sales. Frankly, I'm hearing some pushback on that, and we offered it to the NMA in a spirit of helpfulness to the city. I think there's a lot to be said, and we will not complain at all if we're not having that task, and that's especially true, and poignantly so. An incredibly gifted webmaster, who was our webmaster, died a couple of weeks ago, so we would be very happy to not be taking on that task and see city do it. And that eliminates all this question of who's trusting who. Let the city do it. Next, on the mooring transfer fee, yes, everybody that spoke and the members of the Harbor Commission clearly saw that the issue of what to tie it to should be a known thing. That's the annual fee, and it's self-indexing. Think about it. It goes up with CPI every year, so the transfer fee moves too, and everybody knows what it is. There's just nothing to mess with. So we strongly support that. I have about 2 more points. May I go, sir, on behalf of the NMA? Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. With regard to the level of it, and I do want to try to give you some numbers so we get clarification, because there's these percentages of different things, and people, I could hear them getting kind of confused, and it's easy to do. I'd like to give you 3 numbers and have clarity. Let's stick with a 40-foot mooring, and I hope you take some notes, because I think it will be helpful to you. A $35 per year, which is what it was last year, which means the annual fee was $1,400. So having said that, and if you were paying, as has been the case for the last 5 years, 50% of that was $700 transfer fee, which, by the way, if you went back 5 years ago, it was a paperwork charge. It was $1.20 a foot for the mooring, so for a 40-foot mooring, it was $48. Then it went up to now $700. And now if you do the percentage of sale, which we do not support at all for all these good reasons, but the biggest one we know of is at Avalon at 5%. If you did that at 5% on that $20,000 that Councilman Avery mentioned as a hypothetical for a 40-foot mooring, you were looking for a number, 5% of that is a $1,000 transfer fee. And now if you go to the 75% of the annual fee, which after lots of deliberation and thoughtfulness the Harbor Commission came up with, that interestingly is $1,050 transfer fee. So I think I can say to you in good conscience that the Harbor Commission's recommendation, it was a compromise. Some of them wanted to be 100%, and I respect that. But at 75%, you're equivalent to the highest rate in the state, and you're 50% more than we are today. So I think that's a lot of impact on the subject. I think it gives you something to work with. Lastly, may I throw this in the bay? I'm so embarrassed. On mooring transfers, and I definitely heard, among others,
Mr. Carter, I think we're probably in unison about
this is
mooring
my last
transfers.
point.
I think we got it.
Well, mooring transfers aren't unlimited. They are limited to 1 a year. That's a huge limitation in response to the grand jury report. It had a lot of misinformation. So I think they are very limited, and that takes away the abuse that was happening. I think you guys did a good job on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ford. All right, Mr. Piotr? But we may have public comments still.
I'm sorry, after public comments. I
Okay.
forgot to-
Any other public comments? Okay, please come. Folks, if you plan on speaking this evening, please come up to the podium now.
I'm Chuck South. I'm in the mooring business. You've heard a lot of information going around. Some of it's pretty solid as to what was correct. There's an awful lot of people in here, staff and all, who have talked this over very steady for the last 15 years. Not everybody here. On the transferability, it's a one-time fee that someone mentioned the buyer pays, so it just drives the price of the mooring up. Of course, the city gets the money. But now the city wants to keep track of how they're going to get the money. I mentioned it at the Harbor Commission discussion a couple of weeks ago. Just to try and keep track of the cost of the moorings and how you're going to get the money is going to cost you a full staff member someplace and all the insurance and everything else that goes with them. You'll have to take in a lot of money to do that. You're not talking about that big of a difference at the prices they are now. The price keeps going up on the cost of the mooring per foot every year. You're doing that right, by the way. Jumping a price by doubling it every 10 years makes everybody irate. Going up a few percent every year, it still gets there, but it doesn't get there like a hammer in the head. But to see you kind of leaning towards me, and that's only my assumption, that maybe we'll keep track of what the value of moorings are through economies and through different changes, some of them that you make. It's a nightmare trying to keep track of that stuff. It's expensive, it takes a lot of time, and I help people sell moorings upon occasion. Not as much as I used to. I'm getting old and I don't have the time. But it takes about 80 phone calls for somebody to say, Chuck, can you help me? I'm living in Florida and I'm kind of in a hurry to sell this mooring. Well, they're both 90. They can't get out here. You are going to average about 80 phone calls before somebody walks into the harbor department and makes a transfer. How many times you're going to do that? 100 to 125 times a year. You can figure the money out real quick, where they sit, what it costs. You're getting into just a quagmire that'll be really hard to get out of. I just want for everybody here, that's just how you end up in a mooring brokering business, and you're just not going to like it at all. And you won't make any money at it unless you drive the prices way up. Your percentage will just have to keep going up to cover the generated payrolls. And thank you for listening to me at this late date. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this topic? All right, seeing none, Mr. Piotr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there were a lot of good points brought up. I would like to clarify. I look at when the previous council raised the rates to these astronomical numbers, all of a sudden these $20,000 moorings became worthless. It was ridiculous. And so, a high rate of rent makes the value dollar low. And as you recall, before this, you weren't even allowed to transfer. I mean, technically, you tended to add another guy to your name, to your mooring license, and then you got yours off, and he put his other partners on, and it was just a way around no transfer, and the waiting list was a joke. So the whole idea of a transfer, I agree with the city attorney. I look at it as part of your rent, and I don't think it would be my preference not to have any limitations. Just like you don't have limitations on selling your house, why should you have limitations on how many times you transfer it per year? But I think the 10% fee is a reasonable fee. It means that if the value of the moorings go up, the city benefits from it too. You have justification for basically staying involved with the market rate. And it's a combination. I'm in favor, like Mayor Muldoon, in charging the lowest rate that the as appraisers recommend. And I would also be in favor of doing other things like providing more services for mooring owners, like a washout at the marina or restroom use or, water dump stations. Dump stations are free, but fresh water and things like that. I think we want to encourage more people to boat. We want to make it easier for them to boat, and carrying their fair share of the tidelands is not unreasonable. I think the previous council was very unreasonable. So I'm glad that we've come this far. I know it's been a painful 2 years to get here, but I look at it as we're getting close to finalizing it, and the points that we're arguing about are, minor. Like you say, that 5% out at Avalon, unfortunately, as I understand it, those moorings are like $1 million. I don't think we're quite there. So, yeah, maybe when they get up to $1 million, we'll lower it to 5%. How's that sound? Anyway, those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have any other comments on this topic from the dais? Seeing none, I just wanted to say this is something that was somewhat important to me. I fought very hard to work with the people who actually use the moorings, who I don't really view as a special interest group, because there's not an industry out there for this, especially if you can only do one transfer per year. But I view it as the actual people whose lives our decisions would impact. So Carter Ford, thank you very much for your patience in working with us. I do believe that after hearing all sides of the Stockville Council and learning more about the concerns, I think I would just support 50% of the annual permit fee, keeping it the same. It's measurable, it's knowable, it doesn't fluctuate, it can't be manipulated, and essentially it's just doing what we've been doing for a while. Other than that, I think staff did an excellent job proposing common sense approach to deal with many of these issues, and I'm in support of them. So unless there's any other feedback from my colleagues, we will be done with this item.
Mr. Mayor, it would be helpful if you have a consensus for the 50%, and then this theme that we would basically bring back the Harbor Commission's recommendations to you for adoption. I do think Mr. Piotr and others raised nuances to that maybe we could work on later. I think we're all anxious to get the bones of this brought before you. So if you felt more comfortable in saying it's 50% or it's 75% or whatever it is, then we could bring that to you on a consent calendar next time, and then we could continue to work on the nuances to this later.
Okay, yeah.
So do a little straw vote.
Let's do a straw vote, exactly. So we'll go first. Those in favor of 50% of the annual permit fee, which essentially keeping the same, please raise your hand. I see two. All right. Those who see the 75% as recommended by Harbor Commission, 75% of the annual permit fee, please raise your hand. I see four. Diane, own it. I see four. And then those who support a percentage based on the Avalon model, similar, as you, Mr. Piotr. Okay, you don't want to switch your vote? 75%, all right, so I think that
gives us good enough direction to bring this back to you. Again, the goal is on the consent calendar next time. And again, if there are further nuances that it'll take a little bit more work.
Can I just make one comment?
But otherwise, we'll get this rolling.
Great.
I just want to make a quick comment. Thank you all to the Mooring Association for the hard work, as been said. And Patricia and Carter, you really are young people to your hard work and your heartfelt work. I would, with the 75% fee, I would like to see us come back perhaps at a later date with some amenities and services that can be added on. So there is some value added to that additional fee to justify that. Thank you very much. And staff, thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes item 4. And I believe we have some one last opportunity for public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. All right, seeing none. Mr. Torres.
Mayor Muldoon, the council will now adjourn to closed session to discuss 3 items listed as A, B, and C on the agenda. The conference with real property negotiators for the property located at 883 West 15th Street, Newport Beach. Public employee performance evaluation of the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk, as well as a conference with labor negotiators regarding unrepresented employees of the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk.
Thank you. We are in recess until the 7 o'clock regular meeting. calling the meeting to order for the February 28, 2017 regular meeting. We are not dark today, but we are having technical difficulties, so please excuse the dim lights. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are here.
Thank you. Closed session report.
Nothing to report, Mayor Muldoon.
Thank you. Let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Council Member Diane Dixon.
Please place your hand on your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please remain standing. We're going to have invocation led by Councilman Jeff Herdman.
We pray to you this evening, dear Lord, to give us guidance and wisdom in our work for the people of this city. Let us glorify you in our actions and decisions. Thank you for community and for each person in this room. It's by your grace that we are here together. Amen.
Oh, there you go. At invocation, let there be light. Good job, Jeff. All right.
Thanks.
Notice to the public.
The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required. In order to address the city council, if the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium. The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones off or set them in the silent mode. Now is the time for City Council announcements.
Thank you. This is when we do City Council announcements, which includes non-discussion items and new items members would like to be introduced on future agendas for the very first time. Mr. O'Neill.
Very briefly, this past couple weeks, I was able to attend the Corona Del Mar Chamber Luncheon, where they installed new board directors. And I will say, Mayor Muldoon gave another great State of the City. I also attended the ribbon cutting at the Newport Coast Pavilions. It's a rollout. It's only the second store that they've upgraded like this. They brought everyone from their headquarters in Boise to the president of their regional store who has over 300 stores under her direction. The store is phenomenal. I encourage folks to go check it out. It really is pretty amazing. And then I'll just quickly note, I see a couple of folks in the audience today who gave blood with me right across the way over at the community center. I have no doubt that quite a few lives will be saved by that donation. So to you, I say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piotr. Mrs. Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to remind everyone of the Women in Newport Networking Forum, that community involvement forum that will be held Thursday, March 16th, 5:30 to 7 p.m. in the community room across the way. We're honored that Michelle's chair of the Orange County Board of Supervisors, Michelle Steele, will be our keynote speaker. For those of you who, this is our second annual, so many of you may not be familiar with what the Women in Newport Networking is all about, and it's not exclusively for women, but everyone is invited. And what we'll have our representatives from all of the cities, councils, boards, and commissions and committees that have members who are appointed by the City Council. That's our Board of Library, our trustees, that's our Planning Commission, Finance Committee, Parks and Recreation, the volunteers for the police department, it's volunteers for the emergency response team. It's a one-stop shopping in terms of understanding the tremendous community involvement opportunities, leadership involvement opportunities that the city provides for people who want to become more involved in our community. So we encourage men and women to come, and we're really pleased with the response so far, and we're just honored and delighted that Chair Michelle Steele will be there to speak about how community leadership and involvement is critical to making our community strong. So I encourage you to attend, and reservations can be made, if you see on the website, newportbeachca.gov/win, WINN. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herdman.
busy couple of weeks since our last meeting. Last Saturday, two of our Civil Service Board members, Kim Brandt and Dave Kiff, and I participated in Fire Ops 101 with the Newport Beach Fire Department, very similar to the Police Citizens Academy. It's the second one that's been held, and what an outstanding experience we had on Saturday. It was all day long. We did everything from putting out real fires to cutting off lids or tops of cars, and quite an experience. Putting out a real fire, Kim did that. I stood and watched. After our last meeting, very next morning, I visited the Newport Beach Animal Shelter. I had never been up there, so I wanted to see what it was that we approved support of, and I was very impressed with the facility, and the animals were very impressed with me for coming and seeing them. I attended the Corona Del Mar Residents Association. For Mayor Muldoon, I attended a meeting at the school district, Newport Mesa School District, on the Corona Del Mar High School Stadium. We were all, I think most of us, at Ralph Rodheim's Celebration of Life that was held. I'm working with the Balboa Island Museum and Historical Society on a feasibility study for the purchase of a permanent home for the museum on the island. And I was invited to speak at St. Andrew's Men's Breakfast Luncheon a couple of weeks ago, just to give an update on what it's like being on City Council, and I was honored to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Avery.
The most exciting thing that happened to me in the last couple of weeks is I was on my boat last Friday in that big blow, and it blew 48 knots in our harbor. And you know, I've been on the harbor a long time. I've never seen that much wind on the harbor. And I had about 8 lines out to pilings, not to the dock, but to the pilings, and it was kind of totally soaked. But what occurred to me, because the wind blew 30, and then it popped up to 40, and then it gusted to 48. And then just like that, 20 minutes later, it just went right back down to 10. And I know all of us experienced some part of that. But what impressed me was how everything held together in our harbor. And I'm sure the Harbor Department has some reports, but both the Harbor Department boats were out patrolling. And where I am, you got a full view of the turning basin. And I didn't see anything pull loose or break loose. I thought that was phenomenal. It was quite a weather event. And I know we had a lot of challenges, of course, in the city with trees and various other things, which I know our city responded to very well. But quite a weather event. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Duffield.
Well, I had nothing to say, but I'll ditto Councilman Avery's experience. I had the same thing on the bay, and it was extraordinary. And taught me a lot for some future things. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Thank you.
Thank you. I have none. So next item, matters which council members have asked to be placed on a future agenda. So this is not a discussion item or public comment section. Rather, there's a chance to see if 3 council members can agree to bring it back to a future agenda. So I'm showing 6 items here. Madam Clerk, is that correct? So the first one, we'll do just a show of hands. This is a request from Council Member Dixon, sending a letter of support of St. James the Great, resecuring their church. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. So for a show of hands, whether or not you'd like to come back to a future agenda, please raise your hands. All right. Looks like it's unanimous. This is my own summary of the existing general plan designation and zoning for the Newport Beach Tennis Club. Do I have your support, colleagues? That almost seems wrong. Yes. This is Councilmember Dixon's as well. Election and campaign reform, and this is also an issue Councilmember Herdman was requesting. Show of hands. For the discussion's sake, Cutter. Yeah.
I guess the question would be do you know exactly what you have in mind, or is this to discuss what we have in mind?
Probably to discuss what we have in mind, yeah. Okay. Pretty vague. Thank you. This is also Mr. Herdman's. Getting confirmation from HOAs that a proposed residential project complies with the HOA's CC&Rs prior to the city's acceptance of the building plans. So for discussion, who supports this going forward? I have to learn more about it, so I'm going to say yes.
That's to come back in a study session then?
Is there a preference, staff? Mr. Kiff, does that sound accurate?
I'd probably do it in a study session, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's do that. Thank you. This is Councilman Herdman's and my own. Revisiting the council's November 2016 direction regarding Bayside Drive changes. Okay. And this is Councilman O'Neill, so I'll be against it. Just joking. Study session on council policy F6 debt management policy. All in favor? All right.
And just real quick, Mr. Mayor, for staff direction, I'd prefer that not come back until one of the April meetings.
Until what? I'm sorry, Mr. O'Neill?
One of the April meetings.
Okay.
And it's up to you which one, depending on the load. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, Mr. Kiff, same for mine. At least 2 meetings out, please, for the tennis club. Madam Clerk, public comments on consent calendar.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 11. Public comments are invited on consent calendar for members of the audience. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion, unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, any items to pull from the consent calendar? Mr. O'Neill?
Number 4.
Mr. Piotr? Mrs. Dixon?
None.
Mr. Herdman?
None, but I have to recuse myself because of real property interest on Balboa Island regarding item number 7.
Thank you. Mr. Avery?
None.
Mayor Pro Tem Duffield?
I'd like clarification on item number 14.
It's 1 through 11.
Oh, jeez. Uh-oh, never mind. Pass.
Okay, great. I have none, but I'll be lodging a no vote on item 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
All right, so now at this time, Mayor Pro Tem Duffield, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. I'd like to move the balance of the consent calendar, items 1 through 11, with recusal on item 3 from myself, and recusal on item number 3 and 7 from Councilman Herdman, with clarification on item, oh, no, passed on that.
Just item 7.
Okay, just item 7, excuse me, with a no vote on item 3 by Mayor Muldoon, and with item number 4 pulled by Councilman O'Neill.
I'll second.
Thank you. Before we discuss or vote on the motion, are there any comments from the public on the consent calendar?
Mayor Muldoon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. It says public comment on the consent calendar. I do have a comment about that. I think the public finds the consent calendar rather mysterious because they don't know what is being approved. When they hear these numbers, they don't know what's being approved. And I can't remember why I was doing this, but for some reason I was watching a video of a council meeting in the town of Benicia up in the Bay Area. And when they came to the consent calendar, the mayor actually read the titles of all the things that were on the consent calendar. And it struck me as a good practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, go back to the dais. We have a motion and a second. If there are no requests to speak, I'll call for the vote. All right, seeing none, let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for item 3, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, amending Newport Beach Municipal Code subsection 17.20.060B and repealing City Council Policy H6 to prohibit the operation of vessels propelled by water above the surface of Newport Harbor. That's ordinance 2017-2. Councilmember Avery and Councilmember Herdman, if you can please vote again. If you didn't, it might not have gone. There you go. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. Going on to consent calendar, item number 4, pulled by Councilman O'Neill. May we have a staff report on this?
I'll tell you what, Mr. Mayor, I only have a very small reason I pulled this. Would you mind if I simply ask Mr. Webb a question?
Please do.
Okay. Mr. Webb, on the resolution in section 1, it states that the City Council has reviewed and supports the grant proposal for funding under the OCTA Environmental Cleanup Tier 1 grant program. I don't recall seeing that in the staff report, so that's why I've pulled it, because I'm not comfortable passing a resolution that I did not believe accurately stated what we had been provided. So could you please clarify that?
Yes, I could. Thank you. Unfortunately, that's standard language in the OCTA application, and for some applications, we actually have plans developed, typically on roadway projects where there's something to review. In this case, the water quality, we were looking at trash collection devices. I don't think we've been specific on where yet. As applications are due, I believe, in April, this would be a resolution to get a placeholder in to see if we can get an application in. And should we get awarded an application, then we could come back and talk with council if you want to accept it or not. Did that answer your question?
So as you're understanding that language, then the grant proposal for funding is essentially attachment B, the map of the water wheel project?
Well, I guess the conversation is, are we going to apply for a water wheel? As I understand it, at the Coastal Bay Water Quality meeting, there is a desire to move forward with such a project. I don't truthfully know if that project's ready to go yet. We've talked about it. When I talked to staff about this, actually this original application was for a water wheel, and I broadened it way out to say trash collection devices, because there's log booms and there's CDS structures that council has. We've done 40 so far, already approved to go in. The water wheel is a little more dicey, because I think we're going to need agreements with our upstream partners on how to fund it, how to maintain it, and we haven't got to that point yet. So I don't think it'll make this grant schedule unless you want to get, we could do a detailed study on it and try to get in on the grant still, but I don't think we're ready to go yet.
Any further questions, Councilman O'Neill?
I do have a picture of that water wheel if you're just curious, or I know you haven't seen it, some have heard about it. But this is the proposed topic that's been gone through the Water Quality Committee. And what it is, it's a hydraulically run wheel, and you'll see the water wheel on the side, and it runs a conveyor belt that basically picks up the trash through the booming device that sorts it towards it, and then dumps it in a hopper on site. So these pictures here are from one that actually is working in Baltimore. You see the conveyor belt there, the trash is escorted towards the conveyor belt, it's dumped in a hopper and back, and it works real simply on the water flowing down a river. There are 2 stars above. There was some discussion about maybe putting it out in the open bay just south, or I'm sorry, west of Jamboree there. There's another star up above that said maybe we should look further. And again, that's some of the issues with it. We're not quite sure how to site this if we were to do it. We're not quite sure. I think the technology sounds interesting, but I don't know if we can, seeing most of the trash is coming from upstream, it seems like our upstream partners should be also contributing, and they're not really up to speed on this yet, so.
Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just clarify. This is very premature. The Water Quality Committee, which I've chaired for the last few years, a couple of years, has been looking at this. My understanding is just as you used your words a few moments ago, Mr. Webb, just to kind of put our placeholder in line if there is external funding through the county and any other external source. We want to be sure that we have a placeholder while we've finalized our approach to this. There are many issues, pros and cons, whether we do that. Upstream issue is very important. Some of the aesthetic issues of this, this is not ready for prime time. But as far as it needs to come before the council ultimately, of course, but it's still at the committee discussion and staff discussion and vetting level. So this is just very premature.
And that's kind of what guidance we'd like. If you'd like us to put an application in, the unfortunate part of the water quality applications is every 2 years is a cycle. So if we don't get a placeholder now, we're 2 years away before we can go again. Not to say it has to happen now. We have lots of other projects we could do it. I'd kind of look for some council direction on that.
Like I say, I'm glad we're doing it. We still have significantly more vetting to do, but we do have a trash problem in the back bay. We do have to figure out how to solve it, and we've been, even before my time, for 10 years, this has been looked at, and this seems to be a viable way to collect trash. City of Baltimore is doing it, but we still have more studies to do. But as a placeholder to get in under that 2-year window, it's a smart move, so I would support this.
Mr. O'Neill.
Maybe this is a question for Mr. Torres as well, but is there any way to modify the language in Section 1 so that we can do exactly what Councilwoman Dixon is referencing, but without making a representation that does not appear to be accurate?
Councilmember O'Neill, I think that's a good point. And this is a model that came from the OCTA. However, I think we can do a minor modification just to clarify, because as it is, it's not actually accurate. So we'll take a crack at revising that slightly to say something the City Council anticipates reviewing and supporting a grant proposal, something to that effect.
Okay. I move the adoption of staff report with the modification that Mr. Torres has
I'll
stated.
second.
All right, thank you. We have first, second. Before we go to discussion on the dais, if any, are there any public comments on this item?
Mayor Muldoon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. We've often heard that when the council certifies an environmental impact report, it implies nothing at all about whether the council will approve or not approve the project that the environmental impact report is describing. I kind of think we heard from Councilmember Dixon that that was the concept here, that you're not necessarily supporting. I mean, if you get the grant, you may or may not approve the project, and getting the grant is not biasing you or one way or the other. The language I heard from the Assistant City Attorney, though, seemed to me a difference without a distinction. If you say you're anticipating supporting it, I'm not sure that that's a whole lot different than supporting it. It certainly is biasing you towards, if you say you're anticipating supporting it, it sounds like you're anticipating supporting it. And as you've just said, that this project has not been discussed here, and the people who may have views on it, pro or con, are not here knowing that this is happening tonight and don't really have a chance to comment on it. So unless the language could be made even a little more ambiguous, I would be bothered by this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this item? Mr. Glenn.
Mike Glenn, resident of Balboa Peninsula. We've had 2 years to look at this, and we're now in a situation where we're going to be asking for money before we know what we want. That's pretty embarrassing. I hope that we can instruct staff to move along ahead of timelines when we're going to know what we're going to be purchasing before we ask for money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? All right. Boy Scouts, any questions, comments, guys? Welcome. All right. Okay, I'll bring it back to the dais now. Councilman O'Neill.
Very, very quick note, Jim. To your point, the language will be, we anticipate supporting the grant proposal, not the actual project itself. And then to Mr. Glenn's point, I have spoken previously to Mr. Webb and let him know that when this gets brought back, assuming for a moment that the grant has been allocated or suggested that OCTA would provide it to us, that we be provided a full cost analysis, because even if a grant is $500,000 or less, it may not make sense given the overall cost. So the point well taken.
Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a fabulous machine, and I'm all for it. And we've started a few years ago a trash collecting group of volunteers on one Saturday a month, and have collected tons of trash. But that's kind of pathetic, because that's after the fact. That's after it's already come into the harbor and deposited itself all over the place. The Upper Bay is a very, very super sensitive area, and most of the trash doesn't even make its way down to the Lower Bay, because it gets stuck on the reed grass that's there, and you can't walk on there, you can't retrieve it, you can't get it with anything. So it was our thought, well, why don't we stop it before it gets here? Pretty logical reasoning, right? You've got a few challenges, none of which are insurmountable, and yes, sometimes, very little times, but it will not be able to be operating because of the high water flow. But the rest of the time, in their normal flows, it will be functioning, and this is a a machine that most likely would be partnered with private funds to some extent. I've gotten so much positive from this device, and it's not something we need to invent. It's already out there. It's working, and you can go online. You can see it. It's a fabulous invention, and it looks a little odd, but it stands out, and it's doing a job of helping our environment. And what I see now is we're not doing much of anything until it, we can't really act. We cannot effectively remove the trash, and we're talking about plastic and tops, the kind of trash that gets around birds' necks, that it breaks down in the sun, it turns into small granular material that the animals eat, the birds, and so on and so forth. And it's shocking to me, the pushback we get from the various agencies like the Department of Fish and Game. And I'm just shocked, and others that are pushing back on this. But I think those who are in favor of it will continue, and I was just hoping we could do whatever we can to go with that logic. Let's get the trash before it gets to us, and that's all of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piotr.
I'm in concurrence with you, Duffy. I think that anything you can do to get the trash before it gets in the upper bay is going to be a positive thing. And to maybe in response to Mr. Glenn's comments, this grant is particularly for transportation's contributions to the, call it litter in the environment. And the roadway system is a major contributor to litter, and it all goes into the creek, and it all comes down into our bay. So having them pay their share and going after this grant makes total sense because, frankly, they're responsible for a lot of it. If people didn't litter as much, we wouldn't have as much problem. And I agree with Mr. Webb that going after other upstream partners would also make a lot of sense. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Herdman.
I'm a new member to this committee, although I have taken a look at the water wheel, and it looks like an excellent solution to a really big problem. So I'll be interested in learning more about it and certainly supporting the implementation of it. And if we have an opportunity to get in line for some funds to support the cost of this, which is my understanding of what this item is, I support that 100%. We would be foolish not to. So I am in support of this particular item.
Okay, thank you. I see no more comments. I believe, Mr. Neal, you made a motion, and Piotr seconded.
And you seconded? Okay.
Councilman Piotr. All right, let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record.
Yes, Ms. Bosher, go ahead.
Mayor Muldoon and members of the council, I had a non-agenda comment that I made to the Planning Commission last week that I promised to repeat to you because in truth you're the only people who could do anything about this, and apparently they're too modest to bring the subject up to you. And that has to do with how much they're paid. And my comment last week was triggered by an article in the Daily Pilot about the Planning Commission in Costa Mesa, which has recently gone through a shakeup where all the planning commissioners were dismissed and new ones were hired. And that article incidentally mentioned that the planning commissioners in Costa Mesa are paid $400 a month, which is $200 a meeting, to defray the expenses of their service. And I don't know how many people even know that the planning commissioners in Newport Beach are paid at all, but it turns out that they're paid $60 per meeting, a number that was last set in 1990. And although the price of babysitting has gone up in the last 27 years, that matter has been totally neglected, and they're still getting that $60. And I've heard in connection with our budget discussions that you have to pay quality compensation to attract and retain quality people. So I'm just warning you that you might find our planning commission all moving to Costa Mesa. They're better paid there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on non-agenda items? All right, seeing none, we now have all reports from City Council on council committee activities. Mr. O'Neill?
I'll defer to Chairwoman Dixon of the Finance Committee.
Mr. Piotr? Mrs. Dixon?
Well, thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. The Finance Committee will next meet on Thursday, March 16th at 3 p.m., I believe. And so we always welcome and encourage members of the public to attend, in addition to Mr. Mosier.
Thank you. Mr. Herdman?
I think I said everything I wanted to say earlier as far as what I've been doing.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Avery?
None.
And Mayor Pro Tem Duffield?
I have none.
So we now have a public hearing, I believe. Ms. Brandt?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Muldoon, members of the council. I'm Kim Brandt, the Community Development Director. Your first public hearing before you this evening is an appeal of a Planning Commission's approval of a condominium project located on Santa Ana Avenue. Since this is an appeal, we will give a brief staff presentation followed by the appellant who will also give a presentation to the City Council, and then followed then by the applicant itself. And at that time, you, at the mayor's discretion, you can ask council questions anytime during our presentation, and then the public comment on the project can follow the conclusion of the applicant's presentation. So unless you have any questions, I'll just turn the mic over to Associate Planner Ben Zadiba.
I have none. Ben?
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon, council members. Ben Zadiba, Associate Planner. As Director Brandt indicated, I'll just give you an extremely brief overview, as the applicant does have some more detail in their presentation. So the project before you is essentially to demolish 3 residential apartment units and to construct 7 residential condominium units. They are 3 stories as proposed. It is 2 stories of living over a single garage level. They're also proposing open guest parking and improved landscaping for that site. As part of the project, since it is a condominium development, there are development impact fees associated, namely a fair share traffic fee and an in lieu park dedication fee for an increase of a net gain of 4 units. Just to familiarize you with the site, I'm sure you know the area generally. However, this is on the border of the city, adjacent to the Santa Ana Country Club golf course, near the intersection of Santa Ana Avenue and Mesa. The general plan land use designation for the entire block and adjoining area is multiple unit residential, or RM for short. And the zoning district is multi-unit residential detached, although most of the developments in that area are attached developments. And that designation was carried over from the county when annexed. I'll note that the zoning code in place today does not have any standards that would require detached units for those properties, ironically enough. Adjacent is the Santa Ana Heights specific plan, namely the residential multifamily sub-area. This just gives you a good kind of oblique overview of the site, which I've highlighted in red. And this is a current front elevation of the existing 3-unit development at that site. Just to blow through the site plan, again, you'll see the garage footprints of the 7 units, which are attached and separated by a single drive aisle. In the rear, you'll see 4 guest parking spaces. The elevation renderings show that it is compliant with the maximum height limitation of 33 feet. And just to show you real quickly, these are the style proposed for these units. Just to go over real quickly, the zoning code identifies development standards based on the zoning district. In this case, I've identified the zoning code standards or allowances within the middle column. And you'll notice on the right is all of the proposed standards. It's completely compliant with the zoning code with respect to height, setbacks, required number of parking spaces. There are no variants requested. So just to give you some background, This did come before the Planning Commission. I apologize, the date's wrong there. November 16th, 2016. And they approved unanimously a major site development review and tentative tract map for the project. On December 1st, 2016 as well, time flies these days, huh? Appeal was filed by a neighboring resident group citing concerns with compatibility, insufficient parking, traffic safety, and concerns with the aesthetic design of the site. The appellant will go into more detail on that. With that said, staff is providing a recommendation of conducting a new or de novo public hearing, finding the project exempt under the CEQA guidelines, and adopting a resolution approving major site development review number SD 2016-002, as staff believes all the required findings can be made. Just a quick clarification, the original project did include a tentative tract map. However, the appeal period for that was a 10-day window. The appeal was filed on the 14th day, so the tentative tract map is not part of this discussion tonight. I'm available for questions, and I'll go ahead and pass along to the appellant and then the applicant after that.
Thank you. Any questions from the dais? All right, let's hear from the parties. Is the appellant present?
Hello, my name is Dun Voyer, and I've been in the Newport Mesa area for 47 years. I have some handouts for you, council members.
All right, would you please hand them to staff?
On behalf of the Coalition Against Santa Ana Cottages as a three-story development, we are appealing the Planning Commission's approval. This letter has expressed the concern for the safety and compliance of the Santa Ana Cottages proposal. It is also going to open up the City of Newport Beach to lawsuits from all surrounding properties which are adversely affected by this out-of-place three-story property. This three-story property will also breach the privacy of surrounding properties and create fire and safety hazards for itself and surrounding properties. Coalition Against Santa Ana Avenue Cottages as a three-story development cites the following reasons. Number one, does not fit the neighborhood. The Santa Ana Cottages proposal does not fit the area. A three-story, 7-unit condo apartment complex into an area of 1- and 2-story homes. Yes, the area is RMD, but all properties, whether they are single-family residences or apartments, are all 2-story maximum. There are no 3-story dwellings in Newport or Costa Mesa, and the design is not in architectural harmony with the rest of the area. Even in the application itself that they will provide of the project, nowhere can you find a 3-story apartment to compare because they don't exist anywhere in Newport Beach or Costa Mesa. Number two, no precedent for the 3-story dwelling in this area and will breach neighbors' privacy. Does the city want to approve and accept the liability for two 33-foot high 3-story dwellings, one that is 100 foot long, one that is 75 foot long, and just 5 feet away from the next door neighbors, which are both single-story, single-family residences? The wall of 24 windows that rises 33 feet will be 100 foot long, 5 feet from a single-story residence, is a total breach of privacy, and the adjacent properties may seek damages by suing the City of Newport Beach and or the property owner. Number three, Planning Commission ignored all of the issues brought up by the surrounding property owners. Planning Commission ignored all the issues raised by the 5 property owners in the area who wrote letters and even ignored the experience of their own inspection by Commissioner Eric Wineland, who could not find parking anywhere, and it was such an egregious issue for him that he made a formal request to the liaison of Costa Mesa to request more street parking in that area. They've also ignored the fact that it will reduce the property values of all properties adjacent to the proposed 3-story development. We invite all 7 commissioners to come meet at the site in person, drive separate cars, and let's see where you have to park to visit the 20452 Santa Ana Avenue property. You will need to walk a quarter to a half a mile to park your car. Number 4, property value decline of all adjacent properties. All the adjacent surrounding properties will drop significantly due to the lack of privacy that a 3-story dwelling will create on all surrounded 1-story dwellings. Is the city of Newport Beach asking the neighbors to effectively pay for this development by us being forced to take significant property value cuts to approve a 3-story building that does not fit the area and has no precedent in the area? The city is opening itself up to massive liability with this approval due to reducing the value of the surrounding properties and a breach of privacy to the surrounding properties. All properties next to this type of development may possibly sue the city of Newport Beach. Number 5, Newport Beach opened itself to legal exposure from property owners adversely affected. As a 7-unit, 3-story project, it is not fit for the area, and we are unanimously going to appeal this approval. However, we support this project as a 2-story design, which reflects the density and architectural classification of the area without impacting parking, violating other property owners' rights, and exacerbating a precarious intersection's traffic flow and safety. By violating the surrounding property owners' rights and bringing the city of Newport Beach under legal exposure for knowingly approving a project that will cause the decline of many others. Number 6, Ms. Brandes gave blatantly false testimony at the first hearing to the Planning Commission regarding the next-door neighbor supporting the project. I know this because I am the next-door neighbor. She was falsely claiming that I supported the project. She also gave false testimony to me, the next-door neighbor, that the development would be a 2-story development, and then the plans were revealed that they were a 3-story. This project was approved on false testimony by the applicant, and the city of Newport Beach and Ms. Brandes are liable and could possibly be sued for damages. Traffic, number 7, traffic and public safety. 3-story and too many units will occlude an already dangerous intersection. Does the city want to approve and accept the liability and block the vision and more than double the amount of traffic coming and going from a property that is less than 100 feet from a traffic light intersection with an average of 1 accident per 3 months, and where the posted speed limit is 45 miles an hour? This oversight of public works will make the city of Newport Beach potentially liable and sued for damages. Number 8, fire hazard and poor functional design. With no access to the backyard, take a close look at the design on these properties. It's unlike anything in Newport Beach or Costa Mesa. With no access to the backyard except to walk out of the unit, down an exterior staircase, around the corner, through the garage, is the only way to get to the backyard. It's a fire hazard and a design flaw that cannot be approved without the city accepting the liability of approving such a dangerous and haphazard structural design. Also, with a 5-foot deep backyard, you'll be creating a fire hazard for barbecues, and there's no room for any fire escapes. This oversight of fire will make the city of Newport Beach liable to potentially be sued for damages. Number 9, parking. By his own admission, when Commissioner Eric Weigling came to inspect the property, he could not find parking anywhere in the vicinity. It was such an egregious issue for him that he made a formal request to the liaison of Costa Mesa to request more street parking in that area, which I explained to him later in that meeting why they cannot and will not put parking in that area. It's because they need to keep the sidewalks clean for the visibility of the light. So that's why they're all red along there. And I explained to that later in the meeting. I explained to him that there's going to be no parking.
Mr. Boya.
The entire commission panel.
Mr. Boya.
Yes.
Your time is up for now. If you'd like to reserve part of it for rebuttal, we can have you address us a little bit. I'll reserve some time for you for rebuttal.
With all due respect, sir, I was told by Mr. Ben that I would receive at least 7 minutes.
Yes, and you got 10, correct? We got 7. Okay, I'll give you
I'm nearly finished, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry?
And I'm nearly finished.
Okay, sure. Have one more minute.
Thank you, sir. By his own admission, he could not find parking anywhere. Yet the entire commissioner panel still approved a plan to add 4 more 3-story units and 12 more cars to this already restrictive parking situation. When the Newport Beach planning employee came out to post the signs of the public notice on the lawn for this very meeting tonight, she had to park illegally because there was no parking in the area. See the attached picture on the front of the attachment I gave you? And that's a City of Newport Beach vehicle from planning illegally parked in front of the place posting the public notice. I'm going to skip over drainage, but the way the sunken garages are built, they're going to fill up with water because you cannot drain all that whole property out of one confluence down the middle. Last thing I'll say, aesthetic, the 3-story, this aesthetically is a 3-story, it looks like a 3-story Eastern European prison cell block more than a cottage. Trash-wise, there is not enough street frontage to provide for each of the 7 dwellings to have 2 or 3 cans out front of the property. There's just not enough space. Each can is 30 inches, and you'd have between 20 and 30 cans, and there's just literally not enough space, which means they would have to put a 20 to 40-yard dumpster, which the plans have no plan for that. A 20 to 40-yard dumpster will take up 2 parking spots and leave the project deficient of parking. Lastly, we challenge the planning department to write up of the class 32 exemption of the CEQ findings based on 2 blatantly false statements. On page 18, it says a similar multi-resident.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
If you want to reserve part for rebuttal, the 1 minute is passed. You'll have an opportunity to speak again. So, no, sit down. When it's time to rebuttal, you can finish that statement if you like and address other issues that come up.
Okay, I have three more paragraphs.
That's right. So you have an opportunity to rebuttal. At that time, you have more time, and you can use it that time to state those issues or address other issues that come up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I've allowed it essentially a little over 8 minutes for the appellant, and so I will allow it let's do 8 minutes for the applicant as well.
Mayor Muldoon, it actually worked out to about 9 minutes.
Okay, so we'll do the same. We'll do 9 minutes for the applicant as well.
I wasn't expecting that. My name is Matt White. On behalf of the owner, Adrian Brandis, we're proposing our project. Oh, where's our... How do I get this going, Ben? Well, thanks to Ben. My name is Matt White. I'm the builder, and on behalf of the applicant, I'm proposing our project. I was actually going to have a nice presentation, but thanks to Ben, he basically went over everything that the project stands for. But just to go through this quickly, and then it looks like I'm going to have to read our response to the appeal. But quickly here, I just wanted to introduce you guys to the team and let you know who it is. I'm the builder, Matt White, longtime resident of Newport Beach and longtime builder. The owner, Adrian Brandis, also a resident of Newport Beach, longtime resident for years. Our architect, also, MJ Knitter of Knitter & Associates, lives in Newport Beach for over 30 years. So just to make clear, everyone that is a part of this team is a resident of Newport Beach and cares a lot about our city. Landscape architect, Art Guy, also lives around the corner. So just wanted to introduce you to the team. Rob Hamers, his office is also on 17th Street. Again, Ben, reiterating what Ben had shown, here's our site plan. We're right across from Santa Ana Country Club. Great location. Used to be the County of Orange, now annexed into the city of Newport Beach. Here's our site here, across from the golf course. Project specifications. Again, I apologize I'm repeating, but We just want to make this clear. We have worked with planning staff to design a project that does comply with the city guidelines. In December, we did receive a unanimous vote and approval by the Planning Commission on this project. The project does consist of 7 units. The zoning does allow for 8 units. However, we only put in 7 units at this time. One is ADA accessible, and one has an ADA parking space as well. The building height does not exceed the current height restriction for this site. It is below 33 feet. The setbacks are in compliance. We've got a 20-foot setback in the front from a view corridor. We've got a 25-foot setback in the rear, and we do have 5-foot setbacks on the side. The project asks for no variances whatsoever. Again, in regards to the site plan, it does satisfy the open and private space requirements. This site has a requirement of 525 square feet for the open space. We're proposing 1,240 square feet. The required private open space for this site is about 70 to 89 square feet, and we're proposing 116 to 230 square feet. As you can also see on the site plan, I know there's been some discussion with regards to parking and traffic. As you can see, our vehicular pattern here is wide open. Currently, with the site, and I'll show you here. I'm going to go to this picture. This is a picture that I actually took yesterday when I was at the site visiting. It currently has 3 dwellings, and that is the current parking situation. There's 8 cars jammed in there. As I was standing there, both the black car and the white truck backed onto Santa Ana Boulevard backwards into oncoming traffic. Our site, back to our site plan here, I apologize, a little nervous here. It's clear that we have, each unit has its own turnaround. They can come out of a 3-point stance or turn out of their garage onto Santa Ana Boulevard, onto oncoming traffic, being able to see both ways instead of the current situation of backing onto Santa Ana Boulevard. It's very safe. It's a very nice looking project. Since our commission planning meeting, we actually enhanced the elevations. As you can see, we're using smooth stucco. We're using real wood siding. As you can see with these shade structures, they're true metal shade structures. The buildings are beautiful, and they absolutely fit within this neighborhood. I think it absolutely, I know it enhances this neighborhood by tenfold compared to what is there now. As far as the parking, there's 8 jam spots in there currently. We're providing 18 additional parking spots. There will be no safety issues with regards to coming in and out and the egress of this project. Again, here's our material board, which you guys have in front of us. The landscape, there was some discussions and concerns about the landscape. The plan is a drought resistant and complies with the Newport code. It's efficient landscaping. It's going to look great. It's going to be lush, and the neighbors are going to be extremely happy. So with that, I was just going to kind of end there, but it sounds like I probably need to address the comments of the appeal, which I don't know how much time I have here, Ben. Excuse me? How much? 3 minutes. Woo! Okay. Well, I don't have 3 minutes here. So in response to the 3-story buildings, this is a letter that we responded back to you guys. The majority of the neighborhood is zoned medium to high density housing, apartments, condos, etc. Mr. Voyer is one of 2 single family on the block. The other single family resident is actually currently in the process of rezoning his single family dwelling to build condos onto that project. As far as no 3 stories, excuse me, units, that's actually an incorrect statement. Right across the way behind is a project called Newport Palisades, which is in the exact same neighborhood. I could throw a baseball to it. And then more recently, Echo 56, which is down on 56th Street, is another brand new development of 3-story buildings. No precedent for 3-story dwellings. I kind of answered that. As far as the Planning Commission, ignoring all issues brought up by the surrounding property owners. This is also incorrect. Mrs. Brandis herself reached out personally to all the neighbors around her, received support from everyone, and she actually thought she received support from the neighbor next door, but obviously that was not the case. However, she did not propose the case in any wrong way. And by the way, it's been posted in front of the property for several weeks now, and actually several months, what the project is, what it's been, and what's being proposed right in front of the neighborhood. So I guess I could keep going here, but again, we're really excited about this project. We think it looks great. We think it's going to add to the neighborhood and to the property values. And with that, sounds like I'll probably be up here again. But if you have any questions for me, I'm here. Our architect is here, and our homeowner's here. So
Thank you, Mr. White.
Thanks.
So from the council first, do we have any questions either of staff, appellant, or applicant? I have a couple for Mr. White. Would you mind? Sorry to make it up and down. Yeah. I'm not in this business, so I have some questions that are probably naive. It looks like you gave a range for open space, 116 to...
That depends, or that's based on the ADA unit. The ADA unit actually has more open space than the other 6 units.
Okay, but you don't have a concrete number for that? It's just because it gets built differently, essentially, than what the specs are, or?
That's probably a question for Sergio here,
Okay.
the architect.
Hi, I'm Sergio Sandowski, Knitter Partners. Each unit has a different orientation. Well, there are 3 middle units, 3 middle units and 4 end units. And because of the orientation type of units, that's where you get the range. They just have different orientations, different spaces that they're adjacent to.
Okay, so that open space is per unit, and they're all different floor plans, essentially.
There's 2 different floor plans.
Okay.
And because of that, and because there's also end unit conditions, that's where you get the variety.
All right. It also says 7 units at this time is what you said, Mr. White. Is there plans for an 8th to come later?
I must have misspoke. What I meant was the property is zoned for 8 units, and we only are proposing 7.
Okay, so when you said at this time, you didn't mean more to come. You're saying, okay.
No, that's our final.
Okay, thank you. All right. Seeing any other questions from the dais? Now, seeing none, why don't we have a public comment? Please please step to the podium if you have a comment or wish to speak on this item. State your name. That's you first. Go ahead.
My apologies. I meant to get my card in earlier. I've actually been communicating with Dunn and Berkeley as well. I'm one of the homeowners in the area. May I give a couple of handouts myself? Do I get a couple of minutes here?
Yeah, could you please state your name for the record?
Rob Dodman.
And yes, you have 3 minutes.
And I live at 295 Mesa Drive.
Please hand it to staff. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so one of the things that I just wanted to bring up is we're really focused in this conversation on the zoning and the fact that there are no variances required for the project, but the problem is we're only looking at 1/4 of the intersection. The parcel in question is one parcel removed from the hard corner of Santa Ana and Mesa Drive. I am one parcel removed from Santa Ana on Mesa Drive, but I'm in Costa Mesa. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa. Berkeley here is a resident of Costa Mesa. On the southeast quadrant, that's unincorporated Orange County, and then of course the northwest quadrant is Santa Ana Country Club. All of the rest of the picture that you see there is R1 and R2 zoning with a 2-story height restriction. So what I did was just this morning in anticipation of coming down and speaking, I just took some quick shots with my iPhone. And if you would look at the first picture, that is a development that's taking place on Orange Avenue, which is about 2 or 3 blocks away. The second picture is another new project about a half a mile away. These are all Costa Mesa. Third picture is another new project, also 2-story. And by the way, these all look the same. And it's 2-story, also in Costa Mesa. Picture 4 is a project that's just wrapping up, also in my neighborhood, 2-story Costa Mesa. If you look at the 5th picture, that is the traffic this morning when I came out of my home. That's my home on the right. That's the signal. That's the traffic issue we have. I can't pull out of my driveway in the morning. We have a serious congestion issue in East Side at Santa Ana and Mesa. If you look at the 6th photo, that's the continuation of that traffic line. So it's taking multiple cycles through that signal to get through. The 7th picture is my house, a single-story ranch home built in the 50s. And then the next photos are just a series of pictures looking down the streets, and what you'll see is no 3-story structures, as done cited. The 3-story structure that the builder just represented is over and behind, and it's surrounded by kennels and nurseries. It's not an applicable data point. The other 3-story structure he referenced is Echo 56, which is on the peninsula. Again, just an irrelevant data point. I think that people in real estate, they say that all real estate is local, and I think that the way to really understand this project and why we as residents oppose it is you have to come to the location and see what an abomination a 3-story condo building will be in the middle of this single-family residential neighborhood.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have any more time, or is that it? Like 1 minute?
No, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. Okay, so what I wanted to read was just briefly, staff had prepared in the possibility of, obviously, the documentation that it would be declined. And I think it's important to take a look at the language in that. Sorry, I didn't have it highlighted. I can't find it. Anyway, my apologies. But we would sure appreciate it if you would take a look at this site on a local basis. Planning Commission did not do that. This is a this is a square peg trying to go into a round hole. We'd appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Yes, please state your name.
Hello, I'm Berkeley Agnes. I'm at 299 Mesa right there at the corner. So if you can pull that picture up real quick. My main concern being on the immediate corner is the safety of this intersection and doubling parking and entry and exit of that parcel coming in and out of there. Since January of 2015, there's been 8 reported automobile accidents cited by the Costa Mesa Police Department. There was a night that happened between a Mini Cooper and a Nissan that had the bumper fly into our property and onto our fence because of the traffic flow that comes in through this intersection. This is a 35 zone coming on Mesa, a 30 going south on Santa Ana, and a 45 where this parcel is located going northbound and southbound on there. Adding anything that adds to more traffic, street parking, or more traffic flow from an individual parcel is a problem for us as a homeowner, and it creates safety issues for the families. Rob has 3 children. We have a young daughter, and being able to have them out in our yard when there are significant traffic accidents. I don't know how many have been reported into this Newport Beach Police Department, but having 8, including the 9th that wasn't reported when we pulled the traffic reports from the city of Costa Mesa, is a problem for us. And adding more people and more traffic to this situation is not the solution.
Thank you. All right, yes, Mr. Stokes.
Tim Stokes. I happen to be the former chairman of the Santa Ana Heights Project Advisory Committee, which developed this specific plan in our area. As you know, I always introduce myself as Tim Stokes from the country, and that's what this area is up there. It's not a high-density unit facade. The only thing I have objection to tonight is the 3-story facade. You're typically against a lot of green space with the country club on the Santa Ana Heights Country Club, the par 3 course that Newport Beach Golf Course. And we specifically, called out, we're envisioning 2 stories when we annex. This happens to be the newest part of Newport Beach, by the way. This is just a few years old. It has joined the city. Sitting through thousands of hours with community testimony, developing these things, I can assure you I never heard anybody say a 3-story facade on any of these high multifamily residential units that were able to be built in that community because of the less dense type properties up in our area. We're half acres, quarter of acres, those types of things. So that's really important to understand the context of our Santa Ana Heights, the east side and the west side. Also, the dog kennels and stuff are in the backyard of this thing. So I would strongly suggest, the height limit is there, but a 3-story facade is not what we envisioned, and it shows in the fire department that we designed up there. It's a very rural scale type of facility. The only exception was the training tower that we got built for the fire guys with Chief Riley and stuff. That was the exception to that height type of and density up there. So thousands and thousands of community hours to decide this sort of stuff. So I hope you guys appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments from the public? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Lila Crespin. I am a resident of Corona Del Mar for more than 43 years and have loved every bit of it, as I'm sure my colleague Scott Piotr does as well. To address this issue of condominiums, I would like to be able to poll each of you and ask you what your opinions are about changing the precedents for building in our communities. I left Los Angeles 43 years ago plus in order to avoid the kind of congestion in an area that was rife with condominiums. Newport Beach can become that instantly as soon as you give permission for it to happen. I truly wish I could poll each of you, Mr. Herdman, Mr. Avery, Mr. Duffield, Mr. Muldoon, Ms. Diane Dixon, Mr. Piotr, and Mr. O'Neill. I wish you would come out and say to us, you don't have to spend more nights here, Lila, because we are against condominium development. Condominium development sets a precedent for changing the character of Newport Beach. When you make your decisions, please keep that thought in your mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No applause, please. No applause, please. No, I was addressing the public. Yes.
Hi, my name is Jeff Schuster. I live catty corner from the Santa Ana Country Club at the corner of Mesa and Santa Ana. This proposed development would be just northeast of me, and the traffic at the intersection there, we used to have a 4-way stop. There was several accidents a month. We have a traffic light now. The traffic situation hasn't really improved. It's probably safer for pedestrians crossing with the light, but increasing the density in our immediate neighborhood there seems totally out of character with what we have going. Most lots are single family. They may have a small rental unit on some of them, but I just hope that the traffic situation is seriously considered when you add, 8 more families with maybe 2 cars each. It appeared that those are double garages for each unit. I can't say for sure, but it just seems to be a very ill-conceived addition to the living density in an area that has a little more elbow room, you know. We would like to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public? If you anticipate speaking on this item, please come to the podium now. You can keep coming up because we can do two. Go ahead, Mr. Mosier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Muldoon. My name is Jim Mosier. I'm certainly confused, and I would hope that you would ask for better explanation of how, if I understood the general plan, says the region is multifamily detached, and yet somehow we don't require them to be detached. I do not understand that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thomas Nicola. I'm the neighbor to the left of the proposed development. Down Santa Ana Avenue, there's attached townhome type developments all throughout the entire street. The zoning's for 33 feet. There's another project, Newport Palisades, that's a 3-story development. A lot of the people I think that are complaining from the traffic, I think the cause of it is because there's such high trees at every one of those intersections, because the neighbors are just building up their facades in that corner and no one can see coming through. So if they would just cut down their trees and then you could see the traffic coming through, that'd be the issue. So that would limit the traffic. I don't think the building itself is currently the way it sits right now. Everyone's backing up out of that area, the 3 apartments that are, and even my house, I have to pull into my garage and then pull back out. So it was just the way the homes are built in the 50s. They weren't thinking about the traffic that was happening today, but a redevelopment of that area to better facilitate cars pulling in and out, I think would be a good cause of reducing the congestion from myself and my neighbors pulling in and out. So I'm in favor of the project.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment section of this, and we'll move on to the appellant's rebuttal. Both of you, sir, we'll give you 3 minutes, and then likewise, we'll give Mr. White 3 minutes.
The 13 points that the Coalition Against the Santa Ana Cottages as a 3-story development site as why this project is not good for the area. The project is trying to put too many units in a property that cannot handle it, and the neighborhood property owners are being asked to suffer heavy property losses in order to approve a project that does not fit the area in the first place. The Coalition is not anti-growth. We are interested in maintaining our property values, the architectural harmony and safety of our neighborhood, which this 3-story project will erode. We will support a design with a 2-story dwelling and less units, which will mitigate many of the issues raised with this appeal. Solution: by modifying these plans to a 2-story design, everyone wins. Ms. Brandes can improve her property, the neighborhood will not lose value from their properties, and lastly, the city of Newport Beach will avoid an avalanche of lawsuits that these 3-story apartments will generate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much again for hearing our proposal tonight. I want to reiterate that in regards to the traffic, and this came up at the Planning Commission meeting as well, this intersection is already under, as far as the traffic engineer, it's already under its own study way before our project was proposed. It is supposedly a dangerous project or intersection. However, our proposed project is helping the safety of the sidewalk, the kids and families walking up and down the sidewalk. The current situation, you've got bumpers hanging into the sidewalk. They're backing onto the busy street. So from that standpoint, our project helps that solution. Again, he made a comment about the trash. Our trash cans are all being kept on site. They are not rolled out onto Santa Ana Avenue. The trash truck will come into our site, pick up the trash cans, and then take it off site. So from a trash can standpoint, that's another safety issue. Those cans will not be rolled out onto Santa Ana Avenue, which will help from a safety standpoint. So anyway, I hope you guys will take our project under consideration, and thank you for your time tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So it looks like we have heard from appellant and applicant, as well as public comments. At this time, I want to bring it back to the council and see if there are any questions that anyone on the dais has from staff or the parties involved. Councilwoman Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Ms. Brandt, we heard a lot in the public discussion about the three-story building. And while it is within, 3 stories is within the code, could you just explain, is this an anomaly in the city that we're allowing these 3-story structures, and how they came to be, and in a neighborhood that is more rural, as has been described? Are we increasing the density? Could you give some context and perspective, please?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Dixon. I did want to clarify, for the record, there were statements that the site allows a maximum of 8 dwelling units, and the project is coming in with a 7-unit project. In actuality, the zoning currently allows 11 units. So the property, the proposed project at 7 units is 4 fewer units than the current zoning allows at its maximum development potential. So the zoning code in relationship to height only gives a number in terms of the maximum height within the zoning district. It does not identify a maximum number of stories. And so it really gives the opportunity to put in different types of dwelling unit types and ranges of stories, and allows, I think, also for interest in building development. So that's something that we don't see in this zoning category, which is a limitation on the number of stories. I think through the different presentations that you heard by both the appellant and the applicant, there are 3-story residential units that are currently under construction or exist within the community. There was a mention of Echo 56, which is in West Newport, which was a multifamily condominium project that replaced an older apartment complex. So those units are primarily 3 stories. There was also a mention of Eptide, which is up on Placentia, which is a single-family condominium type of project, which also includes 3 stories. So it's not unusual to this property to have a 3-story design in terms of the type of product that's being proposed. It's just the first one that you're seeing along Santa Ana Avenue. So there is, so it's different, and it's within an area where you have mixed development. In that block of Santa Ana, when you are on the east side of the Santa Ana Country Club, because you do have some single-family homes scattered throughout that multiple family residential area, but you also have a lot of apartment complexes that are also built in a linear fashion along the side property lines. For the most part, these lots are very narrow and long, so they have narrow street frontages, which is a site constraint in terms of trying to design a circular design and for vehicles to enter in and out of the property. But what we do have with this project is the ability for all the vehicles to park within their garages. There's adequate turning area so they can pull into their garages, and they can also back out and through a 3-point turn, exit the property in a forward motion, which will certainly increase the safety of vehicles exiting the property, either going to the right or to the left. So we see that as an improvement over existing conditions.
Thank you. One more question of the architect, Mr. White. There was a question made, could it be 2 stories? Could you go down the decline and subterranean, or whatever the term would be, instead of layering up 3 stories?
I think the question is it would add significant cost to go subterranean, and because of the setback and the depth of the parcel, it'd be very difficult to get the density to go higher than what we have. Yeah, as well as the impact on neighbors. If we go subterranean, we'd be digging out the site ramping down into the site within the depth of we actually discussed at the beginning of the project with the civil engineer. He explained, and we discussed it, and it became very, very difficult to do it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, yes, Mr. Avery.
I have a question on how you got to 7 units. You could have built 11. We could have built 4 larger units. Why is 7? How does that work? Is that just a pure yield number?
Hi, I'm Adrienne Brandis. I'm the builder and owner of the project. The reason is, I think aesthetically, it's more beautiful. We could have easily built the 8 units as well, but we wanted to do an ADA unit. And we're keeping them as condominiums. Originally, we thought we would do apartments, but this way we'll have separate APN numbers. And I believe it allows for people to come into Newport Beach and live in a situation where you're not paying $1.5 million as an entry level to live in our community of Newport Beach. And it's just something as in terms of pride of ownership that I wanted to do for my family.
So you anticipate these units as sort of affordable housing?
We're not, well, it's all relative, isn't
Right,
it?
no, absolutely,
It's all
I agree.
relative. I mean, it would be affordable housing in Newport Beach.
Right.
No, they're 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage, every amenity we could possibly think of, and making sure that people had outdoor space, decks, and a beautiful place to live.
Great, thank you.
Aren't they 2.5 bath?
2.5,
Yeah.
sorry, you're right. Thank you.
Don't forget that half.
Mr. Piotr.
A quick question for you, Kim. On ebb tide, we had setbacks. Is this similar as far as setbacks from Santa Ana Boulevard that we got on ebb tide?
Yes, let me just confirm, because I believe we had 25 feet off of ebb tide because we did a height overlay zone for that area, and we got an increased setback. And Ben, we have on this project 20 feet. So 20 was our base setback for the ebb tide, but because they were asking for an additional height above the zoning code, we were able to gain an additional 5-foot setback on the front. But this project is not asking for any type of increase above what the zoning code allows.
Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Mr. Avery.
Ms. Brandt, so basically I'm getting that this is sort of the future of this area. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know that it necessarily is dictating the future. This is one.
Well, no, I'm not saying it is,
Right.
but just from a zoning perspective.
So this is one of the types of products that the zoning would allow in this area. So this is something, as the property owner has indicated when they went through their site design potential for the property, this is what they decided on the product that they wish to develop on the property. But you can still have, a property owner still has the right to develop a 1-story project, a 2-story project, and a 3-story project, given the current height limit. Because the current zoning code does not restrict the number of stories within that height limit. And so that's an important
Distinction.
Distinction,
Sure.
yes.
Thank you.
But the full range is available.
Sure, no, I know that. Thank you.
Councilmember Dixon.
Ms. Brandt, to follow up on Mr. Avery's question, so how did this height limit come to be? Is this a result of the 2006 general plan? Is this a height limit throughout the city, or at least in this neighborhood, I guess more relevantly to this neighborhood?
This is the height limit for this zone, which is front Santa Ana, which is north of Mesa, going up to, I think, just below the flood control channel. It doesn't continue all the way up to Bristol Street. And so this is where property is zoned RMD within the community. This is the zone. So regardless if it's in this location or another location, they all have the same zoning height. And then to the east, within the Santa Ana Heights specific plan, is another zoning category, which is which I believe is a bit higher, and I'll confirm with Ben on that, which has a height of 35 feet. So it's 2 feet higher than the zone that we're talking about this evening. So when we adopted the 2006 general plan, we went through a comprehensive general plan update and then had a corresponding comprehensive update to the city's zoning code, and that's when all the zoning districts were looked at, and this is the code that we're working with today when it was adopted in 2010.
Because the uniqueness of this immediate neighborhood is adjacent to Costa Mesa, I know you weren't here in 2006 and part of that whole general plan process, but would the city have taken into consideration that there's single-family homes just on the adjacent corner and neighboring block? Is that relevant to defining the characteristics of this neighborhood in Newport Beach?
Well, again, remember that this was an area that was annexed to the city of Newport Beach. It was originally in the county of Orange. You're seeing development patterns along Santa Ana Avenue that were developed under the county of Orange. We've had very little development activity since annexation that's been permitted by the city. So what you're seeing is an area in transition that was originally developed in the county of Orange, moving forward and coming and developing under the city's zoning code. And so you're going to see some different characters, I think, from neighborhood to neighborhood. So, and what's unique about this area, and I think what makes it so special, is you have the Santa Ana Country Club, which is a beautiful open space feature that these homes are looking directly adjacent to. And it has also been a cornerstone for East Side Costa Mesa. And so you do have a lot of single family neighborhoods that are also in proximity to the Santa Ana Country Club. And I think Mr. Stokes mentioned also the Newport Beach golf course as well. So we have significant open space features that are anchors to the area, and there has always been a mix of different types of residential units there. So this area has had multifamily for decades.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Herdman.
I visited the site yesterday, and my first impression when I got out of the car was, this is going to fit right into the neighborhood, because I immediately looked to my left, and there are several either apartment or townhome structures. There's one single-story home that would separate this project from the other large projects that are there already. It's under the height allowance by 2 feet. It's true it would be the first 3-story development on the street, but who's to say that there won't be more in the future? I also took time to walk around the block and look behind it and see what was behind it. And the property, with the exception of 1, 2, 3 single-family homes, is surrounded by apartments, condominiums, and/or single-family 2-story homes, new ones that are being built directly behind it. The Planning Commission put in a lot of work on this. I think we should respect their recommendation, and I'm going to support this project.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Duffield?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the total number of square footage you could put on that property, do you know, or is that too hard to calculate? Sorry, probably.
I have Ben telling me that there's no floor area limit. It's just a density unit, which is 11 units is the maximum number of units you could put on the property. So you back into that, because if you have 11 units, then you have to provide adequate parking for the 11 units, and that.
Okay.
So that's how it works.
Well, what I'm getting at is, what if I wanted to build a single-family resident home on there? It sounds like to me I could build quite a big home there. Am I wrong? Could you build a huge?
You could build a large home.
It sounds like a large home.
You could.
Right?
There's no limit.
Right, like like a compound Or, I mean, you could build.
As long as it has one kitchen.
Okay, so I'm gonna say you could have a 8 or 9 or 10,000 square foot home, single-family residence.
That could happen.
So, yeah, you know, I struggle with this because just saying you can't, you know, condos, whatever, would you like to have one of those? I mean, a 32-foot high, 15,000 square foot single-family residence? I mean, you can't stop that. I don't know how you do this, right? So my other thing is there anything to Jim Mosier's detached statement where the homes have to be detached? I guess not.
So the zoning name, category RMD, is a carryover from the county. But when you go back through our actual county, which the D stands for detached, but when you go through our actual development standards, there is not any development standards for detached units. It's all assuming multiple family units. So it's a carryover from the county zoning, but the actual development standards are for multiple family.
Thank you.
Councilman Avery.
I know there's a lot of concern about the parking, and I assume there's nothing you can do to keep from someone filling the garage full of stuff as we see, but I also assume that there'd be restrictions on where people could park within that whole area, that they wouldn't be able to park in front of their garages, that kind of thing.
That is correct. And the CC&Rs, the codes, covenants, and restrictions for the homeowners association will govern the parking on the property, and they will not be able to use their garages to store their personal things as it has to be used for vehicle parking.
Oh, is that right?
And that's also a city code requirement, and that's something we enforce throughout the city.
Okay.
I'm going to talk to my neighbor.
Yeah. Do we have any other comments from the council on this item? Okay. All right, seeing none, do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we deny the appeal, supporting the Planning Commission's decision on the project.
Okay, and do we have a second?
So denying the appeal means we approve the project as submitted.
Yeah, it's a motion to approve essentially the project.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a second. Do we have any further discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, let's vote.
With Councilmember Dixon voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
All right, moving on to current business. I'm going to do some other order. I'm going to call for a quick 5-minute recess. Yeah, I'm dying for a break. We'll be right back. right, calling the regular session back to order. Please take your seats. Moving on to current business, staff.
Mr. Mayor, the next two items actually could be brief. They're just high dollar items. We would be prepared to do a staff report if you wanted to hear that. I think on 13, Mr. Duffield needs to recuse himself.
All right.
Otherwise, that's ready for your consideration.
Yes, I need to recuse myself as I have a business within 500 feet.
All right, do we have any requests from the dais for staff reports on item number 13? I don't see any. Do we have a motion?
I move to support.
I'll second.
And a second? All right, guessing there's no discussion on the matter. Public comments on item 13. All right, seeing none, let's vote.
Well, wait, can I just make one comment?
Yes, you may. Sorry, I didn't see
Thank
it.
you, thank you. I would like to just ensure that we do provide some ways to remedy a parking shortage that's going to occur during this project. And I have discussed this with staff, and if you'd just like to speak to what we can do for the neighbors that live in the Finley Track area to ensure that they have a place to park when their streets in front of their homes are torn up. Thank you.
Sure. Mark Vukovic, the city engineer and deputy public works director, mayor, city council members. Yes, as part of this water line project, which installs about 1.5 miles of water pipe, we have a permit parking program that's in place as well too, and phasing that occurs before and after this summer. And one of our mitigation plans is if we need to open up some residential parking to our 32nd Street lot, we will do that as part of the project.
And we'll communicate that well to the neighbors.
That's correct.
Okay, ready?
All right.
Let's vote.
Yes, Mr. O'Neill.
Real briefly, I noticed that about $354,000 is coming out of our wastewater fund, and so I'd just like to note once again that we're operating out of a structural deficit in that fund, and so I look forward to seeing our wastewater rate analysis. Thank you.
Duly noted. All right, let's call for the vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 6-0.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Duffield, thank you. Welcome back. Item number 14. We sort of were led to believe that staff report is optional here. Is there any request from council to have staff give a report on item number 14?
Mayor Muldoon, I do have to recuse myself from this item because of real property interests located in the vicinity.
Thank you. All right, anyone from the dais wish to hear a staff summary of item number 14? Seeing no request, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to support.
Second.
All right. Would you like to discuss now or after? After, okay. So public comment, please.
Mayor Muldoon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. This item, which I think so far has been referred to only by its number 14, is about a contract for sand replenishment, and according to the figure, it was originally intended to be sand replenishment on Balboa Island, which is why Councilman Herdman left the room, and at China Cove. The original estimate for the cost of the contract was $500,000. It's gone up now by $250,000 to $750,000. It's understandable in terms probably of the storm damage and so forth that's happened since then, but I could not tell from the staff report how much, because the figure is just pointing to Balboa Island and China Cove, how much of the $250,000 increase is because that work is now more expensive than anticipated, and how much of the increase is because other areas of the city have been added to the contract. I tried to read the staff report, and could not get the answer to that. All I could find is that the price has gone up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing now, bring back to the dais. Mayor Pro Tem Duffield, do you have a comment?
Real quick, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to lodge a nature complaint. You know, we continue to pay money like this. It's a lot of money, and nature just takes it away. And I'm just wondering, and staff could tell me, how many years do you think it is between these events of this magnitude do we need to budget for the next one? Because it's all going to go away. Do you think it's is it more than 2 years? Is it 4 years? We just never know. Or, and then my second part of the question is, can we do anything to mitigate it? I mean, I know that the Coastal Commission doesn't like groins. They don't like much of anything. But at the end of the day, this is expensive. And, you know, I think out of the box kind of guy, and I'm just kind of wondering if there's anything, somehow, some way, we can do clever methods. Probably isn't, but I just want to throw that out to say, if, you know, there goes another 700 grand whoosh, out into the ocean again, right? Right. So, I mean, heavier grain, we talked briefly about heavier grain material might be a nice concept. Some sort of matting, dock design where it slows the process down. I don't know.
Well, actually, you know, we're good engineers. We could pave the whole thing and take care of it, but probably not acceptable.
Never mind.
Good questions. And I guess Mark and I would scratch our head on that. You know, sand is ever shifting, so we're trying to keep it on there. One of the things we're doing here as we tried on the Grand Canal, actually I got to credit Mark for that because he got that sand on there. It's river sand, which is a little more angular, a little sharper than the powdery stuff that's on Balboa Island now. So we're hopeful that by bringing this over, it'll stay longer, it'll stay in place longer. Again, the Grand Canal's held up well, so it doesn't get the waves that this does. We also aggressively try to maintain our growings to the extent we can without getting too much coastal issue out there. So we have been doing that. The erosion comes and goes. We had a very bad year this year on our main beaches. I know Balboa Village area, we had a pretty big hit out there. I don't know if we're going to get the sand back. Typically in the summer it comes back, but we're going to hope. We might have to do some projects out there. So I can't really give you a time when, but it's been a long time since we've worked in the harbor. To the last couple of years, we've been aggressive on sand management out there. May need a little bit more. I'm hoping we get 10, 15 years, but it's a guess.
10, 15 years?
I'm betting long. I mean, we're always going to have to do a little maintenance, but before we have to import a lot of material again.
Thank you, Mr. Avery.
How many cubic yards per truck?
Typically, a truck will run 10 to 12 yards, depending on the size of the truck. One correction, too, I know Mr. Mosier mentioned this. It was an estimated budget of $500,000. We didn't really have the project scoped out at the time. Now we have a deal with the county that we can get up to 50,000 yards, which we're not going to take all of it. We are only going to take 25,000 yards. But it does create a lot of truck traffic, particularly on the island. It's small, so.
I think it's just, from my perspective, you know, I'm learning about these things, and some of the people in the audience, you know, it just gives you a concept of the enormity of some of the projects the city does, moving that much sand and putting it on our beaches. And without that, we're just going to wind up with this. Balboa Island's not going to have beaches and these areas that are important to us all. So it's a big effort. That's a lot of work. So the number, you read the number and you talk about moving sand, but you've got 25,000 yards and each truck carries 10 cubic yards. So it's a big
Keep
project.
smiling when the residents of the island start talking to us about all the trucks.
Right. Well,
I mean, there is an impact, but they'll
yes.
like it in the end.
I think they're happy with the outcome.
All right, seeing no other comments, let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 6-0.
Thank you, and we are adjourned. Kidding. Listen up, everyone.
Good try, Mayor. Yeah, it was good.
All right, staff.
This is a follow-up on, for item 15 is the petition for referendum of resolution number 2016-125 relating to the Museum House residential project. There's a follow-up to the referendum petition turned in by Line in the Sand that was certified at the last meeting. So council has the option to either, one, repeal resolution number 2016-127 and other related approvals, or submit the resolution to a future vote. And if it does go to a future election, I will be coming back with the appropriate resolutions.
Thank you. Is that all? All right, do we have any questions or comments from the council this time? Yes, Mr. Herdman.
I'd first like to offer to any of my colleagues up here the opportunity to make this motion, which is supportive of item B in the recommended action. If you would prefer me to do so, I move that the council adopt recommendation A and B. For clarification to the audience, adopting recommendation B would rescind all related approvals for the Museum House project.
So you made a motion to adopt A and B. Okay, and for clarification from staff, what are the effects of A?
Mayor Muldoon, A is the CEQA finding for the repeal of all the ordinances and resolutions associated with the Museum House project. Item B is the actual introduction of first reading of the ordinance that repeals all of the ordinances and resolutions associated with the Museum House project.
And at this time, C is basically a totally different outcome, so it's bifurcated.
That's right. C is an alternative to B.
Thank you. And do I hear a second? There's not a second at this time. Mr. Piotr?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff, if we were to put this to a vote, then as the petition and the residents requested, what's the process? You're going to, we give you a date, we tell you what we'd like to do, and you'll come back with a resolution at the next meeting?
Correct. That would call the election, request consolidation, impartial analysis, and discuss the arguments.
But all of that doesn't have to happen at the next meeting. We can set it for the election, and then we can set a date when people apply for the arguments pro and against and who's assigned to what, and we can set deadlines, but we don't necessarily have to have those right away, right?
At the next, correct. It's at a future meeting. I can bring everything back.
But we'd set a resolution calling for the election, and then we'd set deadlines and therefore all of the arguments, et cetera.
Correct.
And then with that, you can come back to us with costs regarding if we had it this year, if we had it in June of next year, or November of next year.
Those costs were included in the staff report. They range for November 2018, it's about $95,000. Statewide primary election for a non-presidential in June would be about $120,000, and a standalone special election would be approximately $300,000.
Okay, so one of the questions I had, it was, I know in the past other cities have done a vote by mail only, so you don't do polls. And they still have the registrar actually perform the counting for them, but they did total vote by mail. Do you have any idea what those costs would be if we're, first of all, are we allowed to do that? And second of all, what they would be?
Yeah, I looked into that in the elections code, and I don't believe we're eligible for that due to the amount of registered voters we have. It's normally for a smaller amount, but I can always, of course, double check.
We can verify that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I had.
All right, seeing no other questions at this time from the dais, we will now open it up to the public for comments.
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon and members of the council. My name is Nancy Skinner. It was my understanding that the museum board, I guess, has had a special request in tonight, which I did not hear from staff, so maybe I'm wrong. And they've asked that if you did decide to rescind all of the pieces that go with the museum house request, that they were requesting that you not include the EIR. And the reason I'm speaking to you tonight is that if you do make the decision to rescind rather than going to a vote, I would really think you'd have to think twice if you would want to not include the EIR, because what that says to the public is that we're going to be having them come back in a year, perhaps with the same project. And that would mean we'd put the city through the same situation we just finished. And is that something we really want to do? I hope not. That would be my request. If you're going to do the rescission, do it all, or put it to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
Good evening, and my name is Susan Skinner, and I'm simply going to point out to you that since nearly a quarter of the registered voters of Newport Beach signed the petition, there's a high likelihood that this vote will go down in flames, and thus that it would be a waste of city money to put it to a vote if, in fact, you choose to do so. So given that this group of council people has expressed a desire to save money, it seems to me that the logical thing to do would be to do a rescind rather than a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bruce Bartram, 2 Seaside Circle, Newport Beach, California. In reading the staff report, I noticed that on, looks like page 3, it states, "It is the city staff's opinion that the exhibits are not required to be printed in the sample ballot. However, if printed, the estimated costs would add on approximately $4 million on each of these election costs." Those exhibits are the general plan and the EIR for the museum projects. Members of this body required that those exhibits were attached to the resolution. I submit to you that you did that to discourage the referendum process, for the review of the resolution. You did that because it would make the potential petition uncirculable as a massive document. Lights tried to print that down into a manageable amount. It got to a 1,100-page document that was about 10 pounds. The basis of the lawsuit is that the font of some of the pages was too small to read. I am an attorney, a municipal law attorney. There's a legal doctrine called invited error, where a project proponent, which were 4 members of this body, invited the error that is now the subject of the lawsuit, the small font. That is improper. You can't cite that. In order for you to allow this, you are thwarting the will of the people, the right of the people to review by referendum the decision of this body. It's unfair, and frankly, you should be ashamed of yourselves that you would be a part of that, to do that.
No applause, please.
The California State Constitution gives the citizens of this state the right to have local legislation reviewed by the people. When your attempts to make that review impossible because of the legislation being impossible for a petition to be the subject of it, you're thwarting democracy. That's what you tried to do. You should be ashamed of yourselves, and you should vote to rescind the project. Simple as that. We got over the hurdles of your attempt to make your decision unreviewable by referendum. We defeated the efforts of the related California that physically tried to intimidate people from signing the petition. I saw it myself. End this now. Vote to rescind.
Thank you, Folks, before anyone takes the podium, I'm going to respectfully say, please hold the applause. You can show signs of support by waving your hands. I'll have to call a recess if we keep applauding because it's going to hold us up. Let's just move through this quickly, please. Thank you.
My name's Dean Stratton. I would like to suggest I find it disgusting that the City Council can't muster a second for Councilman Herdman's motion. You folks work for us. We are wondering what your motivation is. We delivered lots of signatures. You're still fighting this? Are you ethical? We're wondering if you're crooked. Honest to God, we are. You know, the night before I voted, I sent an email to Councilman O'Neill, and I asked him specifically what his position was on the museum house. I got to tell you, that man is slick. Because he wrote me back 2 or 3 paragraphs of stuff, I got to tell you, I didn't know which way was up. So if you guys won't vote to turn this around tonight, it really begs the question, do we need to go after your jobs? Because you're not representing the people of Newport Beach. You are representing other interests. The gentleman was right. There have been serious allegations. I've talked to witnesses of physical intimidation. You guys need to crawl out of the sewer.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Patty Bowman-Meckling. I live at 703 Begonia Avenue.
Could you pull it down just a little bit?
My name is Patty Bowman-Meckling. I live at 703 Begonia Avenue, Corona Del Mar. Mr. Piotr is my representative for our area. And I just have a question. I'd like to know why you don't want to resolve this. I'd like to address all of you.
I'm sorry, ma'am. It's not proper to ask questions of the council during the public comment period, but there will be a vote on this tonight. So it will be resolved.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Councilman. I'm Bettina Deininger. I've lived here in Newport Beach for 45 years, and this is really astounding. I've seen many councils come and go. We have 3 new members. Congratulations. Before the fiasco that you weren't involved in. But as for the remaining 4 of you that were here, I'd like to know if there's any sanity here. Maybe you have found out that no matter how much money is thrown around, voters do not want something shoved down their throat and told to like it, take it. It doesn't work. You're not supposed, as our representatives, to allow developers or their agents to harass the citizens and beat us into submission over some land deal. This is shameful, truly shameful. Is this what we're in for with you as a council? Any developer who drags some money through our streets, you're going to jump on it? I know people were asked, why did you vote for this? And some of you said, well, it was the money. We got a lot of money. Well, Newport Beach is not a poor city. And I don't think we have to go begging some developer to pay us to do what they want to do. You did not do your due diligence. This company sells their condos to foreigners to give them permanent legal residence. They're not building them for us. So you didn't look into this. If any of you are considering seeking higher office, it's my belief that this will follow you, because you have stained your character. You were arrogant and greedy and vindictive. What else would you call what you did to the petition? That was just total vindictiveness. and not a good thing. Now you have an idea, it's being floated around, to have an election, maybe in 6 months, maybe next year. Well, that's politicians speak for kick the can down the road. You asked for this job, now do it. Put on your big boy pants and rescind this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks in the back, well, this is going to be a longer night. I'd rather just not call a recess and just keep moving through. We all understand my request, and those who have been respectful of it, I appreciate it very much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Danielle Distel, and I just want to say I don't know what the big problem is with this building. I think it's drop dead gorgeous. I think it's a world-class building. I think it would bring a lot of revenue into the city. It would upgrade property values, and it does not start as precedent for the Fashion Island area because there are already condos and high-rises there. We're not talking about Balboa Island. I mean, to me, this is just ridiculous. And I think the city of Newport Beach will lose by not having this building. I think it's a beautiful building that really adds to the area. And that's it, man. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Roland Daniel from Corona Del Mar. We've lived here for 30 years, and I agree with the last speaker. I think it would be a wonderful building in Long Beach or LA or Century City, but that isn't where we live. And I could not agree more with the anger of the residents. You should know that my wife and I have never, we voted in all the elections, we have never done anything with line in the sand or anybody else. But when we saw you guys take it and approve this project, we said we had to do something. The interesting thing is we were able to get 86 signatures in 10 days. 95% of the people who signed that petition had never signed a petition before. 95% that we asked all agreed. You have no idea what the anger is in the community at you guys. And you really, truly should be ashamed of yourselves. If you think you're going to ever get reelected, think again.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. Ma'am, you can go to the second podium if you'd like while he
Barry
speaks.
Allen, I live across the street in Harborview Hills. I would like the council to explain to the vast number of people who are here, and if this is being televised to all the people who are listening, why you're going to vote the way you're going to vote when it's obvious to everybody here, and it should be obvious to you from seeing how people feel in the city, that if this goes to the vote, it's going to lose, and you're going to be spending more of our tax dollars on an election when you can get rid of the whole thing tonight. So I think that we deserve an explanation from each one of you before you vote on this project, what you're going to do, why you're going to vote that way, rather than just having one person propose something, somebody else second it, and then all of a sudden you vote and everybody walks out. Because I think we're entitled to that from you. We're entitled to it. Not calling up the newspapers and telling them what you want to say. You each individually should tell us that, why you're going to vote the way you're going to vote. Because if you don't vote to rescind it, you know when it goes to the election, it's going to lose. And that's going to cost you money. It's not going to win. We had 30 days to collect the signatures. We collected them in 2 weeks. You did it in November, so we had to do it in December when it's cold and wet and people got all kinds of activities to engage in. Didn't do any good. We still got the signatures. I mean, hell, the registrar of voters, he counted them. I forget how many he counted, but what did he do? Find 1,500 that he didn't like until he got to like 7,000 and he found the right number? What if he would have counted more of them? He would have got up to 10,000 probably who approved it. Do you think that if we would have had another 2 weeks of sitting out in the library and all the shopping centers and everything else, those people wouldn't have kept coming and signing and signing and signing and signing? I was out getting signatures. I mean, my wife got over 200 signatures. I got over 100 signatures. I just don't know why you're doing this. And everybody likes to talk about how thrifty they want to be and how careful they want to be and everything else, and now you want to put this to a vote, and it's going to cost money, when you can do it very simply tonight, and all 7 of you vote to withdraw the project or withdraw whatever they call what they're doing to get rid of this project, because it's never going to go anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere, folks. And I'm sorry for Dave Ellis, who I know was your campaign manager for 4 of you. But I mean, the point is you better realize if you think you want to do anything after this, this is going to follow you everywhere if you put this thing to a vote, because you're still going to lose.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Yes.
Hi, my name is Janae Lee, and my family and I have been residents of Newport Beach for 16 years. 12 of those years in the Port Streets and 4 years on Kings Road because my son wanted to go to Newport Harbor High School. We've stayed in the community. I originally moved here for a job and stayed here despite commuting to Seattle, San Jose, and Montreal, Canada, because of the quality of life that we found in this city. But I have to say that over the past year and a half, that quality of life seems to be deteriorating. A lot of that is necessary because we need to upgrade infrastructure that obviously has needed upgraded for a long time. But it also feels like the character of the community, which has always felt like a small coalition of villages where we are, as families, we could get to know one another. The tourists come and the tourists go, but the small of us who live here all year round, who are families, live in our villages and work together for the betterment of our city. It feels like there's been a couple of items on the agenda tonight, the cottages issue and now this one, which I had no interest in originally, but after I saw what was going on, ended up carrying a petition for, that these issues are infringing upon the character of our community. And, you know, as our representatives, I would ask, please, to think about what kind of character we want our community to have and whether or not we want to continue to be that small town hidden in this lovely beach property or turn into a large city community, which is certainly not what I moved here for. And I only want to say one more thing, which is just to underline a point that I think a couple of people have made, which is it is true that in a very short amount of time, the team that collected these signatures managed to collect those signatures despite a lot of unusual circumstances and difficulties. And that does seem to point to the fact that they would be able to collect a large group of citizens to make the vote go in the direction they want it to go. So I guess I would ask, is it truly practical to put this thing up to a vote that's going to cost money if it's going to lose? Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, council members. My name is John Petrie. I've been a resident with my wife and family in Newport Beach and Corona Del Mar for 45 years. I carried around those 10-pound petitions. 3 of you get to skip the guilt aspect of that, but nevertheless, as everybody's pointed out, the results were overwhelmingly against Museum House project. I don't know how many people here or in the audience read Stu's News, which is a lot of inside information on Newport Beach. Recently pointed out that a number of, well, actually, he's pointed out in the past that a number of the council members, as well as the related companies project, are represented by the same political consultant, which is a little sketchy to begin with. Nevertheless, he also pointed out that, and I've forgotten whether it's San Diego or San Clemente or Oceanside, but wherever related, another division of related companies had a lawsuit against the city, all that got resolved, et cetera, et cetera. Stu pointed it out. The next edition, he was responding to a letter or telephone conversation he'd had with this particular political consultant who apparently had, if not threatened, at least implied that his information was incorrect and so forth and so on. Point being that it appears that you guys are inclined to kick the can down the road and let the election discuss this or decide this matter, and we know how that's going to come out, rather than you guys kind of stepping up and taking a position against it. Maybe you're afraid of a lawsuit, maybe you believe it. Miss Councilperson Dixon was quoted, and I never know whether those quotes are accurate or not, but referring to developer issues, not specifically Museum House, but mentioning the fact that sometimes development projects are against the will of the people, but development fees are, and again, I'm paraphrasing and I apologize for it, But the city, and we know the city has serious pension issues and needs to raise money. We think you're doing it against the will of the people. You've seen everybody talk about this tonight. Again, you can kind of kick the can down the road and put it on the electorate to pass it, to vote this down, which we will, but it would be so much nicer if you guys would stand up and take a strong position. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Tom Fredericks. I'm a 40-year resident of Newport Beach. With the exception of Council Member Herdman, I can't believe that the rest of you could not even second a motion after the city had gathered up over 10,000 signatures to put this on a ballot. I'm sorry the Boy Scouts left because they didn't get to see how you other 6 members of the City Council acted and how you have been responded to by the citizens. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name's Jim Warren, and I live right across the street. And one of the things that I've watched all through this, and we've all worked real hard on this project, is that all of the information that the residents gather seem to be opposed to this. And so it kind of makes you wonder what the positives are that's attracting the city. And in every Reliant advertisement that's printed or published or whatever, there's always a big, strong letter in there that says, we are going to give the city a gift of $20 million. And that's always in all of their advertisements. And so they want everyone to know that. Now, I know the city's troubled by pension plans and something like that. But, and I hope this isn't the apple in front of the horse that's going down the street to keep him going, is that we're that interested in the Reliant Group to pick up this $20 million check. I think there's other ways it could be generated. This isn't something that's really published about the city's indebtedness and what their long-range goals are. But every once in a while you read it in the paper about how's the city going to keep up with this. And our city isn't any different than any other city. They're all having this exact same problem. But if you're going to put that kind of burden on the city or on the residents, don't do it that way. I think you could ask for donations and come up with more money than you'll ever get out of that company. And so don't let that be the leader that's causing you to vote. Finances are important, but finances are always going to be important. And when you're gone 10 years later, the next city council is going to be fighting the same program. They're always going to have chasing that debt. So just look at what the people want, try to live with that, then let the people try to help you come up with those debt issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Mike Glenn, resident of Balboa Peninsula. 1,000 pages. That's what activists had to carry around here. There are really 2 positions here. That they should have had to carry them around because they were materially important, or that they shouldn't have. Now, if you take the position that they should have carried them around because they are materially important to this vote, and you proceed without including material important things with the next vote, that reflects in words that I cannot describe on the council. Now, there are 4 options here. You can rescind the vote, in which case, Related, I presume, will sue. You can partially rescind the vote and allow them to keep their EIR, probably come back with another proposal, in which case I would expect that there would be some advocacy against sitting city council people. You can put it on a special election, or you can do the 2018 election. Now, I'm going to guess that you guys have been advised to put it on the 2018 ballot. The reason I'm going to guess that is because there would be a lot of money that would really like to support the 2018 ballot that would be also used to support you guys. This is in your hands tonight. I'm not taking a position one way or the other on this, just letting you know what your options are and how the public will view you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Good evening, Council. My name is Patrick Strader. I'm a land use consultant for the
related companies in the Museum House project. I wasn't planning to speak this evening, but I have to point out one quick flaw in the logic that I've heard from the previous speakers. As somebody who was out in the community throughout December talking to people who were signing petitions and people who were considering signing petitions, the line in the sand effort was denoted, and in fact, all of the communications said, make sure that you look for the message, put Museum House to a vote. So I'm just up here to remind the council about the lengthy process that the review of this project and the subsequent approval went through multiple study sessions, multiple public meetings, multiple planning commission hearings, and then was unanimously recommended for approval by the planning commission. The city council then approved it 6-1. Councilmember Herdman, I heard the logic that you used on item number 12, and it made perfect sense. The logic was to defer to the hard work that was done at the planning commission and to recommend that project for approval. It seems somewhat disingenuous now on this item to throw that logic out the window. And based upon the call that I'm hearing from the crowd, it seems to be sort of a twisting of the facts that actually occurred. The signatures were gathered to put the Museum House project to a vote. To state that all of those numerous signatures were gathered to reverse the entitlements is completely 100% false. I would challenge anybody to stand up and present evidence otherwise. The speakers you've heard tonight spoke against the project throughout the entire process. At the beginning of the process, the claim was that the project violated green light and required a vote. That logic was struck down multiple times by the city staff, ultimately the planning commission and the city council. So as was testified to by the municipal lawyer, the people have a right to put an item to a vote of the people through the referendum process. That was done under the headlines, put Museum House to a vote. To stand up tonight and ask the council to reverse the Museum House entitlements and to threaten and intimidate this council that somehow you're not listening to the will of the people unless you reverse the entitlements defies any sort of logic that anybody could come up with. When you go out and you ask the community to support the democratic process of voting on the merits of a project, you can't then come up and say that those people were sending you a message to reverse these entitlements. And just a quick message on the length of the petition and the various misunderstandings regarding that. The documentation that went into the review by the Planning Commission and the City Council was the same documentation that was passed around by the petitioners. As they testified to, they had no problem obtaining those signatures despite the 10 pounds and the length of the documentation. So the complaint about the length seems to be somewhat of a hollow complaint. There was a court hearing yesterday.
Folks, sorry. 1 second, hold on. Excuse me, you don't set the time, I do. Mr. Schrader, 30 more seconds.
I'm just going to end it by saying there's a court hearing yesterday in civil court on the sufficiency of the petition. So if it's the council's intention not to set it for a hearing tonight, we would recommend that you continue this item to give the court the time to make a decision and render their decision whether the petition is in fact valid or invalid. So again, we would encourage that you set it for an election, as is the will of the people. If not, we would encourage you to continue this item so that the civil court can render a judgment. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker to speak in opposition to the project, I will give 30 more seconds if they run over. Go ahead.
I'm not going to need that. My name's Lorianne Petrie, and I'm a 45-year resident of Corona Del Mar. I am going to just take issue with what Mr. Strader just said, and that is when I went to a Speak Up Newport meeting, and that was at the end of the summer, early fall, Mr. Whitty was the person presenting. The room was filled with people who were questioning the project, if not openly opposed to it. The question was raised, if this goes to a vote, what will you do? Would you continue the project? Mr. Whitty then said, absolutely not. We will not take this project further if it must go to a vote. Those were his words. Today we stand here wondering what's going to happen. And it's really in your hands. When we were doing the signature gathering, and it was day 12, I had calls coming in. Please don't turn in those petitions. I want to meet you. Where are you? I need to get my signature down. This was going on. I wasn't soliciting signatures anymore. I was trying to say, no, I don't want to meet with you. We really have, we think, enough signatures. We had no idea we had 13,700, but we had plenty. So what I'm saying is that the people are looking at this as a reflection of you, each and every one of you. They know what they will do if this goes to a vote. What I hope you know is that this is something that's very decision-making about your own futures. So, not to be a threat, it's not, but that is what this is. So, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allen.
Thank you. I'm Deborah Allen, and I live across the street in Harborview Hills. I had not planned to speak this evening. I have really only one comment. I want to speak in response to Mr. Strader's comment. I gathered a lot of signatures, a couple of petitions full. I carried around the 10 pounds. It's fine. It was good for my arm exercise. I sat at those tables. They were strangers to me, most of the people whose signatures I got. And they came up and I said, this is the petition, because there was some question by some of the goons that were hired by the applicant and his people, that petitions were fake and what have you. And I said, no, this is the petition to put Museum House to a vote. And to a person, every single person who inquired anything about that petition said, where do I sign the petition that says we just don't want it? They didn't want the project. So that's my comment, and I'm sorry that Mr. Strader doesn't agree with that, but I did this for hours and hours and days, and every single person who inquired anything about the petition at all said, where do I sign the petition that says I just don't want it? Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you already spoke, but you were brief, so I'll just give you spoke earlier, didn't you?
Yes, for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, so I'll let you have 2 minutes.
Only need 30 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Perhaps the related company, because they now want to vote for the Museum House, should agree that if they lose that vote, if the Museum House goes down in flames in the vote, they should pay for the election.
Okay, thank you. Folks, it's okay. Let's keep pause in the room. Are there any other public comments on this matter?
My name is Karen Carlson. I live in Corona Del Mar and have for a long time. And in response to what Mr. Strader said, that people were told that this was a petition so we could vote. Why did we have to have the petition? Because the people felt that they had no other way to protest, to stop this process, that it was otherwise out of our hands, and we weren't willing to let this keep going. And so this is what we did. It was our way of saying, we don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this issue? Okay.
My name's Ellen Trujillo. I have lived in Corona Del Mar since 1972. Not everybody is against this museum house. I find it very intimidating to look at all of you being incredibly rude to these people, whom you obviously can't stand, to be incredibly rude to that gentleman. I don't know any of them. I had people, we live on Ocean Boulevard. Someone knocked on our door one day. My husband was upstairs, I was downstairs. 2 people came to the door. I didn't know them. They didn't look like they belonged in the area. They knew my name. Obviously, they had my address, and they wanted me to sign a petition. And I believe it was Miss Allen, you said something about goons that were at the table bothering people. I shop locally. I never encountered anyone asking me to sign a petition, but goons came to my door, and I called the police department and said, these people know my name. They're, asking me to sign this petition, and I politely said no. The police said there was nothing they could do about it. It was very uncomfortable. There is not enough housing in this area for people that are old and can't do stairs anymore. There's not enough single-level housing around. When this project came, my husband and I were very excited. We live in a multi-level home, and we're going to have to sell it. And we pay a tremendous amount of property taxes. And we'll probably move out of the area because there's so few options for a single-family home as we age, and we're aging. It saddens me to watch all of you be so uptight and so incredibly, you are passionate, which is wonderful, but it's very sad, and I don't think that there is enough housing in the area for people as we get older, and all they do is tear down the single-family homes and build big ones. As you saw tonight, they're going to do that. And I wanted to ask that lady, are you putting elevators in those 3-story units, which I doubt they are? It's just very sad. And the revenue that would be generated from the museum house would be something that your children and their children and their children would benefit from. And it's very awkward for everybody. And you got your 13,700 signatures, but no one asked us to sign that we were for it. And there are a lot more people in Newport Beach that didn't sign it. And I don't know what their feelings are, but there is another side to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I wasn't going to speak tonight. My name is Lynn Swain, and I'm a resident of Big Canyon. Thank you, first of all, Councilman Herdman, for being on our side of the people and what we want. In response to this lady that just spoke, I don't think any of us are trying to be rude or disrespectful to our council members. No, Duffy, I don't. And I don't think we're taking issue with Mr. Strader either. He's got a lot of skin in the game. You guys have a lot of money that the city can make. We, the people, have spoken. We gathered our signatures. We did our due diligence. Now we're asking you to just look at our endeavors, look at our actions, look what we've done. You're going to spend our hard-earned tax dollars to put this to a vote because that's what you've been advised to do. And we're going to win. We're going to prevail. Obviously, you've seen in November and December what we could do in 2 weeks. And I know all of you are up for re-election. And, it's noted on who supports us, the people, and who do not. So thank you, and I hope you take a real strong look and second Councilman Herdman's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
My name is Linda Watkins, and I live in Seaview and have for 30 years. I also wasn't going to stand up and talk tonight, but one of the things that has struck me tonight is that how did we get here? How did we get to the point where the citizens are so angry that they're standing up in front of you and saying that you might be crooked or you're taking money or whatever? And it starts, I think, with the Planning Commission at the city. I mean, it starts with Related California. They decided to take a risk in asking for all the exceptions to the general plan and to the zoning. They were not stopped in the Planning Commission, and they came forward. They had every right then to think that it would go through, or it probably would go through. So way back when is when this should have been caught. And if you are problem solvers, you might look at it from that point of view as well. So we don't have to do this ever again.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. Seeing no further comments, I really appreciate the crowd's willingness to change the tone and respect my request for clapping. It means a lot to me. Thank you much. Going back to the council, before we have any discussion items, or does anyone wish to speak and or make a motion? I have a few. Councilman Avery.
I've liked the project from the very beginning, but basically everything else that followed it, I didn't like. One of the things that occurs to me is just where is the community support? Where is the other side of this from the community to support this project? And it's been difficult for me because I don't believe it's going to create a traffic jam. And I think the project was very well designed. And I think and I know people disagree, but I think it's in the right spot. It's where other large buildings are. I don't think it is a huge impact on the city. But I can't vote against what I see as the will of the people because I have run into anybody that told me they liked the project. And I've been around, since the campaign. So it's very difficult for me because as I've stated, I basically like the project. But the rest of it has been basically a bit of a horror show. So I will second Mr. Herdman's motion.
Just as a point of order, Mr. Herdman, do you want to reintroduce the motion so we can second it because it was not seconded prior? Sure. So you make the same motion. You are seconding the motion? Yes. Okay. Council Member Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Similarly to what Mr. Avery said, I too support, obviously I voted for the project. I made many comments publicly, as we all did, because I felt that there was misinformation communicated about the proposed 100-unit residential complex. It was not Measure Y by any standard. I too thought it would bring value to the community and have minimum, if any, negative environmental impacts. I am going to vote to rescind this evening. I think I might say that a lot of people out there made very harsh comments without fully realizing the process of we don't have to have a second the moment that a motion is made. The process is to respect people's input, which is what we've enjoyed listening to this evening. And I certainly have always wanted to respect, and I do respect the voice and the will of the people. But I didn't want to come with a preconceived notion this evening and wanted to listen further, as we've been listening all these many weeks. So I will be voting to rescind. But I do want to say that I know Mrs. Skinner spoke about the EIR. I don't know, and I guess I would like staff to clarify that what an EIR is for this type of project, because my understanding is that it's a resource document and parts of it could still be existing for a project that would totally comply with the general plan and whatnot, but it has important resource data. And Ms. Brandt, would you clarify what an EIR could do in the future? It does not necessarily guarantee the same type of project.
Yes, Councilmember Dixon, members of the council, the environmental document is a full disclosure document, so it analyzes the existing conditions of not only the project site but the surrounding area, and then it also analyzes a proposed project as well as looks at various project alternatives. EIRs, as I believe someone in the audience spoke, do not necessarily support or any particular project. Is just analyzing a proposal at that moment in time. So if it were to remain certified, it could be a resource document used in the future for another project at this location. And at this time, we do not have any proposed alternative project for the site. There is no application before the city, but it would be a resource document that would be considered if and when we were to receive an application, it would be something that we could look at in the future.
Okay, thank you. So if it could be used again to save somebody a heck of a lot of money, I guess I would be in favor of that. And while not for this type of project, but to acknowledge just the environmental factors as you described them. So I want to say thank you to all of our residents who have certainly, on both sides of the issue, not been shy or reticent about expressing their point of view. I am disappointed in the discord and the discordant notes and tone that has existed the last several months. We are a civil society, we are a civil community, and I think personal attacks are out of place, but we could disagree, reasonable people disagree. So I hope that we will have all learned from this process to handle disagreement, perhaps on a different tone. And again, I will support Mr. Herdman's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, taking from our president, fake news, I'm going to say this was fake facts. And what really appalled me, and you know, when you threatened me about this next election, I'm not a politician. I'm a boat guy that loves this city, loves the harbor. You don't want me here? I'm gone, okay? So don't be threatening me. But also, when I watch the sales pitch that you guys did, you can't deny it. The whole thing was, you want to vote for the tallest building in Orange County? You can't believe the massive, massive amount of traffic this is going to produce, and this is going to set a precedent. Well, those are three things that were said over and over and over again. Well, no, I don't want that. So where do I sign? So don't tell. Look, at the end of the day, you all wanted to go to a vote of the people. That's what you kept telling me a million times. If I'd heard it once, I heard it a million times. Duffy, just take it to a vote of the people. Well, I will tell you that I'm leaning towards that right now, but at the end of the day, it's really, really not. Obviously, when you're selling or pitching something and you're not really telling the truth, that's not good either, is it? So, I'm in favor of Commissioner Avery here, Councilman, in that this whole thing is a nightmare. And I wish I could close my eyes, open them, and it would all go away. That's not going to happen. So I'm going to still be pondering this as I hear from other councilmen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Herdman.
I attended the very first scoping meeting for this project that was held right across the way over there at the community, in the community room. And there were probably 50, 60 people in the room that evening. And it was what's called a scoping meeting. This is way before the EIR. This is just basically to present the project to the community. And it was very apparent to me that evening that the opposition out there was plentiful. I campaigned for a year, and I was a broken record on saying that whether or not I like an idea or I don't like an idea is beside the point, because my job sitting up here is to represent the majority. Whether or not I like the museum house, whether I think it would be a beautiful project and an enhancement to our city, I have to listen to the voice of the people. And in my voting, I have to represent that voice. So that's why I made the motion that I made tonight, because the majority has clearly spoken in regards to this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman O'Neill.
So for those of you who are respectful to us, I would like to say thank you, and I'll echo those right back. I'll say, most of you have noted, Councilman Herdman, Councilman Avery, and I didn't get to vote on the merits of this project. We probably will never vote on the merits of this project. And so we're coming at it from a slightly different perspective than our fellow council members. And I will say, as litigation lawyer, I come at it from a slightly different perspective too, given the fact that the city is already facing 2 lawsuits over this matter, with Dr. Skinner filing a lawsuit and the Orange County Museum of Art filing a lawsuit. And so we've been struggling a little bit with what those lawsuits mean toward the city and what they mean for this vote. And the referendum focused only on one of the resolutions, and so the entire rescission package was not technically at issue. So I've understood it as a little bit of a cleanup effort, which unfortunately seems to have gotten a little bit muddled as I'm hearing Councilwoman Dixon reference the EIR issue. And I'm wondering, Councilwoman Dixon, were you suggesting proposing a friendly amendment to Mr. Herdman's?
Thank you. I would consider that if I'm proposing that in the sense I'm not suggesting the identical project, but it would be just to use that as using those words that Ms. Brandt used, as a resource document with the facts and figures of an impact of activity or whatever activity takes place in that area. Just for the purposes it was done, a lot of money was spent by somebody to do it. Does it have application for further? So I would support that if there's support for it.
A friendly amendment to Mr. Herdman's
correct
motion to remove
the EIR.
The EIR resolution. Would that be a friendly amendment, Mr. Herdman?
No, it wouldn't. And once again, it's not up to me. Okay, it's what the people in this city want. They want a total revocation of this project. If another developer comes along and wants to develop this property, then it's their responsibility to spend the money for the EIR.
Okay. And I'll say, my understanding of the petition itself through the referendum process was that it was only focused on one resolution and not the EIR resolution. So is that your understanding as well, Mr. Herdman?
No, the motion included A and B. As far as the options are concerned, I'd have to ask for some clarification from
Mr. Torres. Could you please?
Mr. Torres?
Yeah, could you please explain how it is that the rescission portion of this included multiple resolutions not at issue in the petition?
Sure, absolutely. Mayor Muldoon, City Council members, what Councilmember O'Neill is referring to is the referendum petition itself only referenced one resolution. I believe it was 2016-127, which dealt with the general plan amendment. However, in the city of Newport Beach, we have a municipal code provision that requires our zoning code to be consistent with our general plan. Therefore, to make sure that we don't have inconsistencies between the general plan and the zoning code, and we're recommending, if there is going to be a repeal, to repeal all of the different zoning and general plan ordinances and resolutions, so that there's consistency and it's clean, and that we don't have inconsistent zoning and general plan.
And my motion did that. Is that correct?
Your motion did that.
Okay. And is the EIR, does the EIR change the general plan or zoning?
No, the EIR is actually separate, so that's not part of the general plan or the zoning. As Director Brandt said, the EIR is an environmental document that just analyzes the base of what is currently out there and what potentially could be developed under the proposed project.
Okay. So if it doesn't change zoning and it doesn't change general plan, I'm at a loss why it would be included as part of a rescission package dealing particularly with that issue. Could anyone clarify why that is?
Again, I think as we said, it was staff's perspective at least, that if there was going to be a repeal, it would be a total repeal of all project approvals, all project documents, so that it would just start from zero for the next project.
Okay. All right, I would move to amend Mr. Herdman's motion to take out A on page 3.
Mr. Mayor.
Do you have a point of clarification? Because I have a speaker before. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. O'Neill, would you repeat that again?
Yeah, I'm moving to remove A in page 3 in the corresponding ordinance. I'm sorry, A on page, yes. Subsection A on page 3 in the corresponding portion of the ordinance
Just to clarify, Councilmember O'Neill, it would be Section 1 within the proposed ordinance 2017-3 that deals with Resolution 2016-126 for the EIR.
Okay, and I would make I would reiterate the same comments Councilwoman Dixon made concerning this particular portion in support of that motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
So clarification, Mr. Mayor, the removing of, you're not really removing or not including A in the motion. You're instead deleting the resolution that approved the EIR out of item B.
That's right. It would actually be Section 1 from the proposed ordinance.
Okay. All right, then, yes, that would be the motion.
All right, Mr. Piotr. Was that your only question, or?
No. Thank you very much for coming down here, guys, tonight. Even though I don't agree with the thrust of the petition, you guys worked your butts off. You did a great job. You collected a lot of signatures. Clearly, there's the citizens want to have a vote for it. I think it's a little disingenuous of you to now come back and say it's so obvious they want to vote for it that they want to kill it, that now you should kill it first. I'm not supporting the motion. I am in favor of putting it on the ballot like you requested in the first place. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other comments from the dais? No more. All right. For myself, we're in a tough position because we need opportunity for developers to develop responsibly in the city. And so I'm asking the city council activists, the city council and the activists in this room to please work with me on a general plan update. And I believe that a consensus could be reached, probably be a couple years down the road, so that we avoid these situations, so that the items are vetted, they have community buy-in, support, and we essentially save money for the city. And that's probably my primary concern, which is why I'll be voting to rescind the project. Mr. Piotr, do you have, no?
So we just want to make sure the staff we're clear on the motion. I think it's Mr. O'Neill's substitute motion, which is inclusive of all of Mr. Herdman's, except there would not be a rescission of the document that approved the environmental impact report. Removal of section 1 there from proposed ordinance 2017-3. So that's a substitute motion, and it did receive a second.
That would be the first motion voted on. If that motion fails, then it would return to Mr. Herdman's original motion of repealing everything.
All right, are there any other desires to speak before I call the vote? All right, we will call the vote, substitute motion.
I'm sorry. May I ask clarification?
Yes.
My understanding of the motion is simply to amend Mr. Herdman's motion, so it's not, I'm actually not making an entire rescission motion. I'm simply moving to amend, at which point, if that passes, then we would then vote on Mr. Herdman's motion as amended.
In effect, Councilmember O'Neill, yours is a substitute motion, so it's Mr. Herdman's base motion to rescind all approvals. You've then amended that motion to then take out section 1 related to the EIR.
But there's a difference between a substitute motion and a proposed amendment. His is a proposed amendment.
That's correct. And so my proposal is to amend Mr. Herdman's motion, at which point, if it fails, we would go back to the original motion Mr. Herdman has made. If it succeeds, then we would then vote on the rescission motion as amended. Is that incorrect?
No, that's correct.
Oh, okay. So just, all right. So my understanding is what you're actually doing then is only voting now on whether the council supports to remove section 1.
That's accurate.
If they do vote for that, then you want to vote on the underlying motion for Mr. Herdman.
Yes, Mr. Torres.
Okay.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Just for those who aren't as savvy as Mr. O'Neill on the dais, so now what happens?
So you just voted to amend Mr. Herdman's motion to take out the to allow that the resolution that adopted the EIR would continue. So now you have an opportunity, according to Mr. O'Neill's path, to vote on that main motion as amended. Is
All
that
right.
clear, Leilani and Michael?
That is
Okay.
correct.
Are there any requests to speak before we call to action? All right, seeing none, we'll vote on Mr. Herdman's amended motion.
With council members O'Neill and Piotr voting no, the motion carries 5-2.
Okay.
All right.
And let me read the ordinance title, just to be clear. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach repealing, I would suppose, certain approvals for the 100-unit museum house residential property located at 850 San Clemente Drive.
Thank you. Please hold the applause, folks. We're almost done. Any motions to reconsider from the council? All right, seeing none, we are adjourned.